Peace. Peace, peace, peace. To the motherfucking east. Let me know if y'all can hear me. I'm about to get right into it. Y'all know I don't fuck around. Let me know. What's the deal? Peace. TC360, what up? What's the deal? Oh, y'all can hear me? Word up. Word up. We about to get it cracking. Ain't gonna hold y'all too long. Cause I got some Chinese food that just got here, nigga. And I ain't got time to waste, nigga. I'm gonna hit that shit while it's hot. But likely I'm gonna have to put that shit in the microwave or some bullshit. What up? What we got so far? TC360, peace. Raina, what up? Mad Titan, you already know the business. Pan Black, we got a guy in the building. Jim Law, peace. Ashanti, peace. Chris Ward, what it do? We chilling. Joe Jones, sounds like a god to me. Sounds like a god to me. We about to get it in. So dig, we about to talk about hidden nature and what it means to understand hidden nature. Why it's important? Why is it important to want transformation? Why is it important to want to know? You understand? We're going to get into how personal that is. Because the more you personalize it, the more you'll realize how few of ways that you can be wrong about how you do your shit. Because the questions that I'm getting, I'm starting to see that there is a consensus of confusion of how they gonna do how you do your own shit, which is confusing to me. That's like coming to me and asking me, like, Kenny, how do you can you tell me how I can sing with my voice like this? I'm like, motherfucker, it's your voice. So we're gonna get into the importance of being comfortable with hearing your own voice. That confidence. You dig what I'm saying? If James Brown was, let's say for instance, if he thought that Wilson Pickett was the standard in which how a nigga is supposed to sing, James Brown could never be James Brown. He would just be another hollering ass nigga. You dig what I'm saying? So we definitely gonna pour some libations for sure to get that energy popping. Get that energy up. Invoke that energy of confidence. You dig what I'm saying? The mind is all, the universe is mental, which means that all is within, which means that it is accessible, which means that you can use it and get the result of your heart's desire. So we're going to talk about it. The mind is all. That's the most, all the principles of the 7 laws, all the universal laws are cool. But that first one, nigga, the mind is all, the universe is mental. You can build your home foundation based on that fact alone. Just based on that. The mind is all, the universe is mental. Sometimes you can get your breakthroughs just by asking yourself the question. We're so used to seeking shit outside of ourselves, we have lost that confidence. And that's what they have done with this system. A major flaw of this system is that it doesn't foster self-confidence. It fosters self-dependency. Well, not self-dependency, it fosters dependency. Shit, the fuck? Because if it fosters self-dependency, then a lot of these conversations that we're having right now will likely won't even be had because people will just be doing it. So I don't know what I'm gonna do a libation with. I gotta be careful because I'm gonna be candid with y'all. I was supposed to do an interview with my brother, Will, the occult activist. But I got a little bit too lit because I sipped on that moonshine before. Now, niggas, I'm 35 years old. I grew up a Christian boy in a country town. I never drank before. You know, I wasn't a drinker growing up. So prior to about 4 months ago, I never really drank or sipped on alcohol before because I had programmed myself not to drink because I was used to this idea of Kenny, and Kenny doesn't drink. You know, that was just used to be my mentality. You understand? But you know, all things come to an end. As you begin to seek transformation, you begin to see that there are things about yourself that you didn't know that perhaps maybe you wouldn't be into. You know what I'm saying? But when you put yourself in that box of convention that you've been raised to be, you will always be that nigga fighting to uphold that image. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, Kenny never smokes. Kenny never drinks. You know what I'm saying? Kenny is just a good old guy and it's a good old boy. Fuck that. I started to realize that maybe I'm a fucking savage. Maybe I'm a fucking god. So it wasn't about acting accordingly once I became it. I just realized I was it. And I just moved on. El Herod, what it do? What it do? We got guys in the building. We ain't fucking around tonight. We got shit to do. You dig what I'm saying? So what you, oh, fuck, nigga. I got a little bit of this left. Plantation, Jamaica rum. You gotta understand, my niggas. I'm new to this, so I ain't quite yet true to this. You understand what I'm saying? You remember them cartoons back in the 80s and 90s? You remember when like one of them mouses, those drunk mice? You understand what I'm saying? And you don't know what they drinking because it just has X on the motherfucking bottle, and they take one hit of that shit, and they just be like, "Woo, yeah, nigga, that's me. Yeah, that's me, nigga. You would drink my baby skinny ass under the table, nigga. I ain't gonna have no drinking contest with you, nigga. That I promise. We ain't gonna have no drinking contest. Cause I'll be on this bitch slurring, nigga. I mean, I'd be lit I'd be lit. Let me see. I don't know how many videos I got, but I would guesstimate about 85% in my videos. I'm fucking lit. I'm fucking lit, nigga. Tapped into the God realm. We'll call it that. Typically, they'll call it high, but since we God, we're gonna start redefining what shit means to us. You dig what I'm saying? They call it high. We call it just being in the zone, the God zone. That's all. A breakthroughs are normally achieved once you open your mind to it. How many of y'all have seen the movie? Because I'm late to this movie. You know what I'm saying? I've heard a lot of people talk about this movie, but I was late. But me and my lady just watched this movie the other day. And that is Being John Malkovich. Woo, nigga, that movie was dope. That movie helped me get a breakthrough. You see what I'm saying? The world is a stage. The world is a lab, which means that you can use pretty much anything at your disposal. The idea is to be able to partake in it as a scientist and not get lost in the sauce. Be able to maneuver in this shit and use it for what you need to use it and get busy and get down. In Hindu mythology, they talk about how we built this wonderful creation, and then the flaw is that we got lost in the creation. Like we built it, and then we got in it, and then we fell in love with it, and it fucked us up. Of course, I'm paraphrasing. You know what I'm saying? Shit, nigga, because mythology, ooh. We got lost in creation. Like, we became enamored with the glamour. So, the more you become enamored with something, the more you begin to conform to something. You dig what I'm saying? The more you love it, the more you begin to conform to it. You know what I'm saying? When you see a chef is a chef. You understand? A biker is a biker. A runner is a runner. They have a mentality that they begin to adhere to based on them connecting their heart to it. This is something that we used to always know how to do naturally. We still do those things now, just like those activities that I just pointed. We find something that we develop a passion for. The thing is that we now, it seems as if they kind of capsulized what it is that you can achieve based on the options that's provided. You understand what I'm saying? And it's so and it's gotten us to a point to where it's gotten us hard to see ourselves as extraordinary. If you think you was born in this day and age just to be a seamstress, which you can have love and passion for, but if that's all that you can see yourself as, you know what I'm saying? Oh, you be voting and dying. You be want to vote and die. That's what you want to do. You be want to vote or die. You dig? Professor Crone, what up? What up? Galactic Human, my dog. We in the building. We talking God shit. We got time to fucking play. So, nigga, y'all, I ain't fucking with y'all. I'ma sip on this Henny. I can handle that. Ashe to the gods, known and unknown. Ashe. Ashe. Break it into the ancestors. Which brings me back to that movie, Being John Malkovich. Because I'm telling you, I forgot. I was just talking about that shit. Just that fast. But you might want to take your time with that one because I was fucking that split up. Okay. Yeah, you might want to finish that, Jack.
I'm going to say this me?
Yeah, you might as well finish that, Jack. Because Jack. Nah, you've been hit.
Hit to roll up. I tried to.
Huh? No, I roll up in a little bit. I say to the gods. So, in the movie Being John Malkovich, if you haven't seen it, without spoiling the movie, because I really encourage you to see it. You know, I really encourage the occultists, the gods, to really study this movie, because with this movie, you can use that as a apparatus for your imagination of tapping in. You understand what I'm saying? So in the movie Being John Malkovich, it's literally about being John Malkovich, which is an actor. Okay, you've seen him in everything. You've seen him in a lot of stuff. And you know, I'm too high to think about the movies that he's been in, so it kind of escapes me some of the things that he's been in. He's been in a bunch of shit. He's a legendary, iconic actor. You understand what I'm saying? He's an amazing actor. You know what I'm saying? Just keep it a buck with you. He's an amazing fucking actor. So, anyways, in this movie, long story short, there is a particular porthole to where people have access to it, to where when they enter it, they have the ability to be John Malkovich for 15 minutes at a time. And while they are in this porthole, they are able to experience him in a way that is like unbelievable. Babe, I don't know why you pass this back to me. Nah, baby.
It's a habit.
I know.
My bad.
Just keep it.
Okay.
So when they go inside of John, what John is experiencing, what appears what he's experiencing really is kind of the best part of that individual. The best parts and some of his weaknesses. The weaknesses affect him according to his ability to control his own mind, which he proves to be very well adept at for the most part, John Malkovich. When someone enters his mind, initially it didn't corrupt him too much. He really was able to marry the individuals who came into his mind with his own perspective. You understand what I'm saying? And then he was able to give them that beautiful experience. So based on the long lines of individuals who want to, like, you know, who were standing in line to get inside of his mind, shit, you've seen how wonderful the experience must have been. Experience must have been goddamn amazing.
Yeah, the lady thought she was a man when she got done.
Right. She went in there as a woman, but then came out like, oh, I want to be with bitches now.
Right. Life ain't never gonna be the same.
So that got my noodle bacon. You understand what I'm saying? That got my noodle bacon, because I always heard like the scholars talk about like the ancestors live in you. The ancestors live in you. The ancestors are you. This and that, the third. I just couldn't understand that. And then I came across this meme called ancestral mathematics, where it shows you quite simply that your current existence is a result of 4,094 people from both sides. Your parents, both your parents on each side, and all the way down. You are the result of 4,094. You understand what I'm saying? 4,094 ancestors. So as I'm looking at the numbers, if you look at it, hold on, let me pull it up, because I want to break this shit down a little bit. Yeah, let's see. Ancestry. Yeah, let me see this, because this was an interesting breakdown. Because this will help you begin to see yourself in a different light. All right. So in the ancestral mathematics, I don't know if I'm gonna read all this shit, but I encourage y'all to Google ancestral mathematics. So they say in order for you to be born, you needed 2 parents, 4 grandparents, 8 great-grandparents, 16 great-grandparents, 32 third grandparents, 64 fourth grandparents, and so forth. So as I'm looking at this number, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, the first thing I realized, as being like a basic geek, is that it looks like the memory, how they chronicleize storage. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm like, oh, that's interesting. It says it takes 1,024 eighth great-grandparents to make you. It's 1,024 megabytes. You understand what I'm saying? Like in a gig. 1,024 kilobytes in a megabyte. Or 1,024 megabytes in a gig, 1,024 gigabytes in a terabyte, and so forth. You understand what I'm saying? There is an origin point. There is an origin point. You dig what I'm saying? What is that origin point? What is that initial What is that initial point? From the beginning. You understand what I'm saying? I start to really in my meditations, I just simply kind of just let my heart be open to that, what that is. I began to connect my heart to that simple originality to myself. Just with that alone, it gave me the confidence that I must be something that they can't quantify. You must be something that they cannot quantify. That's 1,024 parents on each end. What are you really? You understand what I'm saying? What are you really? What are you really? We have become comfortable with being human, as if that is the zenith of our existence. It blows my mind how comfortable we are with this shit. We are very comfortable with being regular. That blows my mind. That blows my mind. I think that's quite amazing. They have. We are born into a system, and you are taught to be less than, and that's acceptable, man. That is totally acceptable. That shit is wild to me. Remember when Rick Miller said it has to be infinity? It has to be. Man, listen. Like when you just think about conception, even conception is amazing to me. How that whole process works. When I was meditating the other day, just real basically, just on my basic concept, I try to go back as far as I could. Of course, you know, you can't go back in the womb. You can't remember all that shit, but I tried. You know what I'm saying? I really opened my heart to it to try to go back to understand that process. And the further I went back, the further I realized that the true flaw is the actual separation of, like, the actual parts that you separate from yourself just to be a human. Like the heart, the mind, all that stuff, it comes from you. It's not something that comes from like anything else. It's something that is you develop, which means that it is something that you had, that it was all one thing before it expressed itself as a heart, you know, as a mind. You know what I mean? Does that make sense, y'all? We used to have total control over this thing. We lost control. We've lost control. Like we've lost control. We've lost control. We've forgotten how to use our minds. We have forgotten how to use our minds. We have totally forgotten. We don't know. We don't fucking know. Niggas really don't know how to use their mind. It is something of a mystery. They've forgotten how to use something that they are. They don't know. They have to ask questions like, how, you know what I'm saying? What is, I just, you know, when I do this, I just want to know, it's all this shit is you. All of this shit is you. You dig what I'm saying? It's fucking amazing. All of this shit is you. If you think the heart that you have right now, or if you think anything that is in your body was separate from you at one point in time, like that's one of the biggest tricks of thinking that what you've manifested, what you've projected, is anything that is different from your mind, from who and what you are. You understand? There was a time the spirit came to me heavy in my meditations, and it gave me a glimpse of an idea of how we kind of maneuvered in this thing down here. We used to literally just live in our minds. Literally. We didn't need anything physical. We didn't need a physical penis. We didn't need physical breast. We were completely and totally androgynous. Like, I know that's kind of hard to accept. But recognize that humanity is a clear indication of that separation of male and female. That is a clear indication of the fall. You understand what I'm saying? That is a clear indication of the fall. Like, the spirit showed me that what has happened is that we became in love with the actual cocoon itself. Before we were human, before the actual expression of eyes, we didn't need to express that at one point. We seen in our own mind. There was no need to express at one point hands. I want y'all to follow. I want y'all to follow me. Okay. All right. So let's go back to conception, because I don't want y'all to fucking lose me. Okay. Let's go back to conception. So I was thinking, like, so when the man busts a nut and the sperm cell goes into the, you know, the fallopian tube, because I know he busted a hot one. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Your funky ass is here. That must mean that he busted a real good nut. So that means when the sperm cell, I was thinking, like, are you the fucking? Because I mean, I'm not a scientist, so someone can explain this to me, because I did a little research. But can someone explain to me? Are you the actual sperm cell, or are you the egg? I was asking myself that basic little kid question. Like, am I the sperm cell or am I the egg? And then it occurred to me, I kept reverting back to all them hours of shits I used to always listen to. And I used to always hear about this divine spark. Mm-hmm. Then I start to realize something. That, oh, that's what I am. That blew me away. That moment of when the actual sperm cells is of little consequence. They're just an apparatus. They're just a key. You know what I'm saying? So when the sperm cell hit the egg, what you are is what is the activation of what makes that shit becomes an actual human. Nigga.
That's what Donald James said. The alchemy of both the sperm and egg.
Oh, y'all niggas is on it then. Mm-hmm. So because once I begin to see myself as just the spark, that's all the confidence I fucking needed. I realized that I made an agreement to do this shit. I made an agreement to kind of lose my mind. I chose to make that separation. You understand what I'm saying? So this separation, it became something that, or what it appears to be at this moment, Like, cause I heard Bobby say something important. He said that humans are in their cocoon state. That humans have never have yet to evolve past the cocoon state. I started to think about that. A cocoon state. What is a cocoon state? I started to think about examples of what a cocoon is in general. Because I start to look at ourselves. I'm like, okay, all right, a cocoon. Like at first, you would think a cocoon is a fetus. You would think that if you kind of trying to like kind of connect it to nature. At first, you would kind of think that, oh, the cocoon is a fetus, and then the butterfly is when we're born. You would think that's a butterfly. But then I started to really think that, nah, that's not it. Nah, it actually goes back a little bit deeper than that. When you are born, you understand what I'm saying? Once you come out your mother's womb, that is the caterpillar state. I start to realize that. Once you come out your mother's womb, you are in the caterpillar state. We used to know how to maximize our cocoon state. We'll just say that. Back in the ancient times, we were more in our right minds, and we knew how to tap in, and we was one with the spirit realm at one time. So we were able to do things a bit differently. But as we began to go in this sleep, which is just the cocoon state, you understand what I'm saying? This great sleep that the ancients talked about. They all the great prophecies, that's all they talked about, was this great sleep that was coming, and then we will one day awaken in the West. J.L. Webb, what it do? What happened was when we fell asleep, see, this is something that we always knew. We always knew that this shell, this flesh and bone, is just a cocoon. We always knew that. We used to know that, and we knew that we had just how a caterpillar goes into a cocoon. You know what I'm saying? It has to go into this great sleep so it can metamorphosize and then come out and do its thing. We've forgotten that we are in cocoons. You understand what I'm saying? We've forgotten that part. People are walking around. Can you imagine a butterfly like going in, like becoming a cocoon, and then like putting on fresh sneakers, and then caring about how fresh their cocoon looks? Like that's the ego.
Yeah, that's it.
The ego is when we is that part, is the cocoon taking over. The cocoon itself is what's running humans now.
Comfortable.
How have niggas let the cocoon run them? We've forgotten who we are. I mean, shit, nigga. We have forgotten who we are. We are walking around as if this shit is the hot shit. We still in a cocoon. We're putting clothes on a shell. You understand what I'm saying? Because the ego tells us now it's important to put clothes on the shell. The shell is what's important now, not the metamorphosis.
Right.
Man,
Share that shit.
Transformation is key. Get your transformation on. We don't know what that looks like because we've never done it before. But Once you make that decision and you convince your subconscious mind that this cocoon, that this shell is just a shell, that is just a covering, you understand what I'm saying? You'll begin to see that this reality will begin to change according to that idea that you God. You understand what I'm saying? We came down here to transform into that. You understand? We made that decision to make that fall so we can metamorphosize to become something greater. You dig what I'm saying? We are now in that day and age, we're in that stage to where we know this now. We know this. I'm going to be honest with you. What's confusing to me is that selfishly, it's, you know, I wish it was just enough that I could just know it for myself. And then just like, boom, metamorphosize and just say, fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Like become the Silver Surfer and just leave niggas behind. For some reason or another, it seems as though we need a lot of minds or enough minds on this shit to generate the power so it can be activated. And that's it's kind of frustrating. It's kind of frustrating. You know what I mean? Because our minds is one. So it has to be activated so the shit can get on. Ooh, that moon looks magnificent tonight.
Beautiful.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Transformation is the number one thing. Alchemy, the royal art. Nothing is more important. Nothing is more important. Nothing is more important than that. If you're familiar with Dragon Ball Z, like, one thing I like about Goku and Vegeta, like, the only thing that's important to them is transformation. Them motherfuckers, it don't matter what's going on around them. They don't care if the world is at peace. They don't care about nothing. But like, how can I get stronger? How can I become greater? When they see when they see any example of a height that they can reach, that's all that matters to them. You understand what I'm saying? Ooh, it's getting a little cold out here. Mm-hmm. Shit.
That's right.
So I respect that. I see my mentality in that, not being complacent in anything that it is that I know. Because I am still in a cocoon state, which means I have something to fucking figure the fuck out. I just know now that I'm in the cocoon state. I'm aware of that shit, and I am no longer comfortable with just being just a regular human. Because I know that what I am, you understand? You know too much.
Right.
Oh no. Oh no. It's like knowing that you have an inheritance, but you gotta wait but you feel like you gotta wait like 4 years before you get it. Like imagine this, some people knocking your door. They say, "Hey, Mr. Kenny, your auntie on your father's side, 18 times removed. You're her only living relative left, and she left you a substantial inheritance of $50 million. Mm-hmm. But you gotta wait 9 years. I'm gonna be sitting at this bitch like, you telling me I gotta wait till I'm 44 until I can get that cash? Fuck. That's what it's like knowing that you're in a cocoon, you're like, oh, I'm just waiting for this shit to be over. Because now I know that the shit is just cooking. And all I had to do was activate it. You understand what I'm saying? And really, shit, I mean, the work it's already been done. The work has already been done. So activation is all it needed. Shit. Damn. Things become boring once you realize that that you can live in your own mind. None of this human shit compares to what you can what you can create in your own mind. This shit is like, oh, fucking boring. Like you like, oh man, this shit is fucking boring. And then on the other hand, I'm having a blast of my life, of my life. I'm having a blast. You know, I'm having the time of my life. At the same time, you know, it is what you make it, but it's very limiting. It's very limiting. You know what I mean? Like my visualizations, my meditations are so deep and so detailed. I can create any reality I want in my mind. And it's so detailed, I can feel it, you know. And I want more.
Right.
I want it to be more lucid. I want it to be more closer to how the ancient ancestors was doing it, how they were able to actually do it, leave the body. You know what I'm saying? And astral travel and do this, fuck on different planes and try all kind of different shit and then come back to the body and then share and then create different experiences. You know what I mean? Like to me, like I like that. Like I want that living. That's like some hot shit. I want to be more I want to live in my mind. I'm ready for that shit. I'm ready for that shit. And all they're trying to do is to do any and everything to keep you from having that mentality. This whole the entire, like, think about how you was raised, man. It's really fucked up. How they raise you to be capped. To be capped. But then, I mean, like, it's easy to say that. But then it makes you new to be like, why is it so important that they cap you? What is it that they have to gain by capping you? Apparently, everything. They must have everything to gain. At this point, particular time, it's past money. At this point, it's past money. They don't live off money anymore. They are fighting for something that is much more valuable. You understand what I'm saying? They are fighting for something that is much more valuable. There is a power. There is a power that's accessible that they don't want us to know about. There is something that we can connect to that they are trying to block us from. There is no reason, no other reason why they have all those ancient artifacts and treasures stored up in the Vatican. What is the reason? Why is it important that they don't want niggas to see that shit? There has to be a methodology that tells us how to connect directly in order to get this process going. You know what I'm saying? Why is it important that they keep that information from us? Why? Fucking why? There are keys in there. There are things that there are fragments of information in there that will be important for the right people to know. I'm not an anthropologist, you know, or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? It would take the right minds to be able to go through there and cipher through there. Perhaps there is some methodology that can kick some shit off. I know it is. Otherwise, why is it so important? They think about all the you know, all the museums that have Egyptian artifacts. They ain't sharing that shit that they have in those vaults. They only allow you to see what you are able to see, what you can see at your local art museum. But what about that shit that they keep locked away? That shit contains the secrets, the real secrets. They monopolize this shit. And they don't want to give it up. They don't want to give it up. Damn, boy. You know I'm in the hood. When you hear niggas all on the motorcycles and four-wheelers throughout the night. Money is a means of, you know, and I think I like money. It's cool, you know. You can do some cool shit with it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can do cool shit like, you know, get nice cars, and you can get a nice home with it. You can get nice homes. Money, you know, attracts a lot of women. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Women dig niggas who got a bankroll. You know, if I could create a unit and I can connect that to a system, you understand what I'm saying? And this system is designed to have the haves and the have-nots. If you are outside in the cold and you destitute, of course you want to be in a more of a comfortable environment. But what people don't question is that the fact that there is a system that exists to where people can even be put in that situation is the problem itself. That you can even be poor is a problem. That you can even be fucking poor is a problem. People don't even question that. They just take that for what it is. Like, oh, okay. If I create the game, I get to create the rules. If you're gonna be in the game, you're gonna have to adhere to my rules. And as long as there is rules, I get to control the conditions. I get to control the rewards and the punishments. People only see themselves according to what this system has made them to be. People don't even know that they God. Better yet, let me say this better. Gods don't even know that they're gods. Let me say that. Gods don't even know that they're gods. Fuck the people. The people ain't shit. I need to roll up again. Yeah, baby. Appreciate you. You dig? Gods have forgotten that they gods. People are whatever. People are whatever. But there are gods that are roaming the earth that have forgotten that. And it's extremely important for them to control and monopolize that. And they have. They have. They have. Like I enjoy Travis Scott. I do. I enjoy Travis Scott. I like his energy. I like to watch his live performances on YouTube. His live performances be fucking lit. You dig? I like how he uses the auto tune. I like he knows how to really use that shit for his benefit, especially his live performances. They be fucking dope. He puts a lot of effort in it. But he is clearly like a muse. He is being used in such a way that is unbelievable. He's being sucked dry. He allows himself to be used for money in any sort of way. His time will be limited. His time will be limited. If he continues down this path, his energy will be sucked up. He don't give a fuck who he connects his brand to. As long as they got the bag, you'll see Travis Scott. You're gonna see him on, you see him on, dude. He's a pop star. And I can see how draining it is to him. So that's what they want. They create a system that attracts that type of energy, and they like to harness it and keep it for themselves. They don't want niggas that have that for themselves, that control it and to own it. It is important that they create a system of dependency so they can actually pretend to be God. Because that's all they doing is pretending. What they are doing is they are sitting on the seat of God. But it is not their birthright. It is time to take back of which is yours. Like, nigga, this mine, nigga. Me and my lady was sitting down watching that Lovecraft. We late. You know what I'm saying? I think there's like 7 episodes out now. We just started watching that shit like yesterday or day before yesterday. The part though, the dope part, I think it was in episode 2, was when the nigga went back in there and was like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, this our shit. You know what I'm saying? In so many words, he was like, and that's a fucking order. Get the fuck out. Niggas don't know that they can do the exact same thing. Niggas don't have the confidence in knowing that, which is I see is the problem. They can't even see something that basic as being the master of their own cocoon. You dig what I'm saying? You the master of this shit, nigga. You run this shit. The fuck? We allow them to run this shit. Nigga, that shit is fucking wild to me. We agree to let them run shit. I disagree. I fucking disagree. I disagree wholeheartedly. Yes, indeed. Shit. All we need is the guys the guys just need to know that. The guys need to know that. And all they have to do is just find that confidence. Find that confidence within yourself. And knowing that you are a divine being. That you are that divine spark. That agreed to do this work for transformation. That you was a chaos being prior to the separation. That your heart is just energy. Your brain, all of this stuff is just energy that once was harnessed in the one being, that divine spark. It used to be one apparatus prior to this. So that divine spark is the energy that is connected to all. You are that. So, we human. We having a conversation, we human. So, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, this is the move. You know what I'm saying? If this is the move, we needed to go through this for our own purpose. This is the move. You understand what I'm saying? Now it's time to get the moving. Get the fuck on. Shit. And I'm going to continue to push it out there to either myself or some other young goddess or somebody figure it out. Somebody will figure out the Da Vinci Code. And I'm waiting. I can feel it in my heart and mind. Someone is gonna put this shit together. And we're gonna be out of here. Someone's gonna be like, oh, I remember how. Zoop, 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 zoop. Yeah. And they're gonna remember, and they're gonna tell other niggas, oh, it's gonna be on. I'm gonna be right in the front line, nigga, with a ticket. I done fucked this spliff up. I fucked this. Ooh, I butchered this shit. Oh my God, nigga. Oh my God. Nigga, I butchered the fuck out this spliff.
Bust it over here.
Damn, nigga. That's how you know I'm lit.
It's sitting on paltry earthly theories built with God energy, reclaim the energy and it's all built to self.
Damn. I fucked that split. Fuck, nigga. Anywho. You understand? Like, we the gods. We can use anything that is necessary for our own transformation. We can use anything we want, anything that we need. Anything we want, anything that we need, as long as you open your heart and your mind to it. In the movie, to me, what John Malkovich represented to me in the movie, he represented a person that was conscious. He represented a person who opened up his heart and mind to change and transformation. As a result of that, other individuals' minds came into his. You understand what I'm saying? How I interpret that was that he began to do the alchemy on himself. And he began to study himself. And as a result, he began to transform. So as you go into your meditations, what do you want to do is open up a porthole in your mind that is separate from your human thought. You understand what I'm saying? Because it's only going to get in the way. When you get in your meditations, now I understand the importance of clearing your mind and just thinking of nothing. At first, I thought that was just philosophical mumbo-jumbo bullshit. But after I watched that movie, being John Malkovich, I realized for the first time the importance of clearing your mind and having a clear mind and lowering the chatter. So you can allow that energy to come through. Just like being John Malkovich. And you can see how he was able to benefit. When that woman came into him, he was able to connect to that fine ass bitch. Because at first, the woman wouldn't even look John Malkovich's way, really. And he was a rich actor, you know what I'm saying? But he wasn't particularly, he wasn't sexy. And he didn't have that charismatic energy. But once the female went into John Malkovich's head, what happened was that he connected with that feminine principle in himself that allowed him to connect to that fine ass bitch. You dig what I'm saying? A lot of times, just us as guys, we forget the importance of balance, to understand how to master and manipulate that. Because that's just an example to show you how easy it is to control your own reality. Once you open up your mind to these energies, you understand what I'm saying? And you use your discernment as the driving force in order to get done what you need to get done once you open your heart to the energy. So let's just say, for instance, if I want wealth, you understand what I'm saying? I can find any symbol I want You understand what I'm saying? And I can attach this porthole of energy to the symbol, and I can just allow that energy to flow in and hit my subconscious mind. And once it hits my subconscious mind, the subconscious mind is going to give my conscious mind the direction I need in order to get done whatever it is that I want. Whether I want to be a chef, a butcher, a baker, a candlestick maker, if I want to fuck better, anything that I want, all I have to do is just go into my mind, open up my heart to it, open up that porthole, and just let the work flow in. That's how we used to connect to the deities. You know what I'm saying? The spirit told me that as I was meditating, I started to see that when they wanted to connect to a certain deity, all they did was open up a porthole in their mind, just how John Malkovich did, and allowed that particular energy to come through to use it for whatever they wanted to use it for. They knew how to open it and shut it, open it and shut it, connect it however they wanted. We've forgotten how to open that part. You understand what I'm saying? Right now, it's just, it's just a bunch of things bouncing off the walls. You understand what I'm saying? The idea of transformation is to help put yourself in the right mind and mentality to want to control this shit, so you can control the reality that you really want for yourself. You dig what I'm saying? That's your real hidden nature. That's really you. You are really the masters of this shit. Anything that you want, all you got to do is open your heart and your mind to it, and you can actually achieve that. And you can use it and then add it to yourself and according to how you do things. You understand what I'm saying? And one of the best ways that's going to work is you becoming confident in how you do things. You have to be confident in how you do things. Gilbert Arenas, who was a great, great basketball player. You understand? What he used to do was, when he was in the league, he used to go sit in other practices, other players' practices, players that he admired. For any reason, they didn't have to be a superstar for him to sit in your practice. If he seen you do something that he liked, that was enough for him to take time out of his day to go sit at your practice and watch how you do. And he would take a notebook and he would write down everything that you did that he thought that was nice. And then he would go to the gym and then he would have a process of elimination of what worked best and fit his game. That's a real scientist. I began to realize that's what a god is. There is a difference between a nigga that's in the NBA and a nigga that's in the NBA. There is a difference. I can see that as a scientist. I can sit back and I can realize that. Like, there's a reason why James Harden is great and another nigga's not. You would think that it was, at first, I thought it was just natural talent. At first, I thought it was just God-given ability. And a lot of that is true. You know what I'm saying? We God, so we give ourselves, our genetics is out of this fucking world. You understand? So I'm not going to sit here and say that genetics don't play a part, because not all of us are 6'6". But then again, realize that they created a game they create games to control your idea of what a god is. So, and you partake in it. So now they get to define what a god is according to what's connected to the system. We are just so oppressed that we will express ourselves in any way possible to be God, whether it's basketball, football, baseball, music, whatever. We have no choice but to express it no other way. It's because it's because we are, when we are jumping from the free throw line, that's an expression of something that we forgot about ourselves. You understand what I'm saying? When we are dribbling between the legs behind the back like Kyrie, like Isaiah Thomas was doing to niggas back in '89, fucking niggas up. You understand what I'm saying? We've literally gotten lost in the sauce with this shit. We've gotten lost in the sauce. We've allowed them to dictate how we express being God. So we express it by our only means, which is through art, which is through sport, fashion, dancing. I imagine that we had way more ways of expressing this shit back in our ancient times. We had way more ways of expressing it. Right now, what they do is they create limited spaces for you to thrive as a god. They create limited spaces. You got to be special. You understand what I'm saying? You got to be special in order to like thrive. You got to be of extraordinary talent. Realize how ridiculous this shit is. They have you thinking that you have to be of extraordinary talent to be God. And then they create systems in which they control, and then they create gateways. So you on the outside looking in. You understand what I'm saying? That's why it's so frustrating for people. You know what I'm saying? That's why there's so many rappers, so many people that want to make it in the music industry. So many people, because people are hungering to express that true God nature, and they don't have many avenues in order to do that. Not to mention let's say for instance that shit, nigga, fuck. That's your passion is making wooden horses. Now, let's just keep it a buck. As beautiful as that art is, and let's just pretend. Let's pretend that this, you won't make a lot of money from this shit. You think what I'm saying? Because niggas don't want wooden horses in their house, but you have a passion for it. But since there isn't a system that supports you making wooden horses, you can't express yourself. So now you begin to look for things in ignorance. Not to say that you put yourself in a box, because we can do anything. I'm not saying that, but we're talking about people who are ignorant of themselves, who put themselves in a box. And gods, I'm talking about the gods. I'm sick of talking about the people. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about gods who are seeking to be God. You understand what I'm saying? I'm starting to see that. Brothers who go to jail, you know what I'm saying, on the block that was getting that money, they're seeking to be God. Mm-hmm. Pimps, hoes, they are both seeking to be God in the best way that they know how. But unfortunately, what the system did was they monopolized how you can express being God. And that's key. You can't express yourself being God because you'll be a broke ass nigga. You'll be a broke ass nigga. The only way you can express yourself being God down this motherfucker is going on Instagram and becoming an Instagram star. Becoming an Instagram star, a YouTube star, a motherfucking rock star, pop star, making clothes. That's why the shit is overly saturated. It's because there's very few forms of expression that even triggers any thought of transformation. They don't want to trigger that thought. They would rather you just become, enamored with being the best athlete that you can be. Being the fastest runner in the world. That's what's important. Having the fastest cocoon. My cocoon can jump the highest. My cocoon is the sexiest. I got the finest cocoon in the world. Can you imagine if butterflies was out parading their cocoons? You would look like, that's silly. Butterflies would look at other butterflies like, motherfucker, that's just a fucking shell. Why you so enamored with like showing that off. You should be more interested in the metamorphosizing part.
Right.
Like, can you imagine a butterfly, like a cocoon, getting inside a vehicle and driving itself around? That's what we're doing now. We are mindless cocoons. We just drive. We don't even know what we are. We have no idea. We have no idea. The ego is the system, like the system that protects the butterfly in the cocoon. Is the system that now tells the butterfly that it is running things. Imagine that. Imagine the system that protects the cocoon is the system and apparatus now which runs what is inside the cocoon. And it is walking around, running shit. I'm just saying. Man said it literally digests itself in the cocoon. Jeez. Damn. That's for real. That's real. It digests itself. Ugh. Are you ready to digest yourself? Like getting to the point of transformation, like even like before we even get to that point of saying that okay, subconscious mind, I know that throughout my life and throughout my childhood, I understand that it has been it's been taught to me by parents and society that what I am is Kenneth, and this is the totality of who I am, subconscious mind. So this is what you know, that Kenneth is that you are convinced, subconscious mind, that this shell, that Kenneth is the idea of which is running everything. You know, subconscious mind, I apologize that is something that you've been accepting this for quite a while. I apologize that I've been telling you that this is what has been running, that this is real, that this is what's more important. I humbly ask, subconscious mind, that you accept a new idea. You understand? A new idea that is no longer connected to this cocoon. That I am a chaos being. That what you truly are. I want you to accept that. That we are a chaos being. And I want you to reflect that. That's how I talk to myself in my meditation. When I look at myself in my meditation, I see a monstrous being of epic proportions. I've convinced my subconscious mind that's what I am. When I see myself in my subconscious mind, like when I see Kenneth, it's grotesque to me. And it like what happens that it kind of morphs, it's ugly to me. When I see my reflection, it's not that I think I'm ugly, I think I'm quite handsome. Because my cocoon has told me that. The my ego that protects my skin and that tells me to put clothes on, it thinks I'm handsome. And I accept that. But you understand what I'm saying? But that shit ain't the end all to fucking be all. Damn off. Right, that damn light. I'm not used to. I usually do my lives during the day, but the spirit told me to do this shit at night tonight. So I said, fuck it. What the fuck was I saying? Someone help me. What was the last thing I was saying?
Talking about when you went into your mind.
Oh, right. Thank you. Ooh, oh, thank you. Ashe. I appreciate that. So like when I go into my mind, like I see myself as a straight up light being that is of epic proportion. that can't be quantified, that is all knowing. And that's how I see myself. I've convinced myself that I am a light being. That's the only thing that is satisfactory to me. Transformation is the only thing that is satisfactory. You dig? Pardon me while I roll up. Pardon me. You are a chaos being. You are a chaos being. Have a standard. Have that standard for yourself. You a chaos being. Motherfuckers can't tell you shit. A motherfucker can't tell you shit. Motherfucker can't tell you shit. A motherfucker can't give you an opinion how to live your life. You a fucking chaos being. What they gonna tell you how you live your life once you are living in your mind? You gonna listen to a motherfucker tell you how to live your life still? Nigga, please. Can't no motherfucker tell you how to live your life. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Motherfuckers trying to tell you how to live. Motherfucker, you a chaos being. Tell a nigga quick. In fact, don't tell a nigga. Ignore their ass. And do your thing. Shit, motherfucker trying to tell you how to live. Because they scared to do their own shit. Lame ass niggas. Nah. Nah, it's a new light. The new light is you can't go no wrong. You can't do no wrong. You can't do no wrong. You can't. Whatever it is that you're doing, all you gotta do is look at the results of whatever it is that you're doing, whatever magic you're doing, whatever meditations you're doing. Only thing you should be concerned about is the results. That's the only thing you should be concerned about. Do you like the results? The methodology is not as important as you recognizing that the results is what's most important. Like if I say, all right, I'm gonna meditate, I'm doing this. I'm gonna meditate doing this. All right, so once I'm done, do I like the results from doing this after I meditate doing this shit or not? You begin to realize that the key is not in the methodology. It's in the results. Because you realize that the methodology is not based on a technique. You are the technique. The mind is all, the universe is mental, which means that you are the technique. You create the technique. So don't sweat the technique. Oh, back to that Gilbert Arenas point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How he was sent. If Gilbert Arenas was focused on how, let's just say if he was watching, let's say a player of his time that he would admire, let's say Baron Davis. Let's say if Gilbert Arenas went and watched Baron Davis, who was playing for the Charlotte Hornets. I believe his rookie season, his first few seasons, I believe he was playing with the Charlotte Hornets. Now, if Gilbert Arenas was sitting there and he was studying Baron Davis in practice, and he seen a particular move that he liked that Baron Davis was doing, if Gilbert was saying like, let's say, okay, he said, okay, I see how BD did that crossover. Now I'm going to go to the gym and I'm going to practice that. Okay, Gilbert gets to the gym and he begins to practice the Baron Davis crossover. And let's say he's filming himself do the Baron Davis crossover. And as he's watching himself do it, he looks at it and he says, that doesn't look like Baron Davis crossover. So I'm not going to use it. Because it doesn't look exactly how Baron Davis was doing it. So I ain't gonna do it. No, nigga. But what Gilbert is doing is saying, oh, I'm gonna do it how I do it. I see how he did it, and I can see how it benefits him. I understand that Baron Davis has a different skill set than me. He's built different. So his results is going to be different based on his energy. So since I'm a different energy, and I recognize that that energy is accessible because he's fucking niggas up with the crossover, so that's an energy that I can use. How about I use it for me, the best way that it works for me and how my mind is set up. And that's it. That's all. The difference between Gilbert Arenas and a bum-ass nigga on a basketball court is that Gilbert is confident in how he does things. That's all you need. That is all you need. Is developing that confidence of how you dribble, how you shoot. Lonzo Ball is fucked up because people is too. He's allowing people to tell him how he shoots. When that nigga was in UCLA, that funny ass looking shot was fucking splashing. From what I remember, when Lonzo Ball was in UCLA, it was a reason why he was the number 2 pick in the draft. Niggas forget that. See, and he allowed people to let him forget that. See, this shit is all about the mind and having confidence in what's in you. All Lonzo Ball had to do was say, motherfucker, I'm the number 2 pick.
That's it.
Bitch, you sitting there on ESPN talking about me, nigga, about how I shoot. Motherfucker, I'm the number 2 pick. Literally. 1-2. I'm the number 2 pick. That's all he had to do was tell himself that.
Right.
So that's what I'm saying. We got plenty of gods here who is sweating the technique. When you are the technique. When the motherfucker try to tell you how to do it, you say, bitch, I'm the number 1 draft pick. I exist. Motherfucker. I exist. That's like being the number 1 draft pick. Was that you are that divine spark that had the will to will yourself into existence. You a bad motherfucker. The number 1 draft pick. You are the divine spark, that point of a point. You tell a motherfucker who's trying to tell you how to meditate, bitch, I created meditation. Motherfucker, I know how to meditate. That's the confidence you have. And when it's time to open up your heart and it's time for you to learn a new dribble move, you know how to go into your mind porthole and open up that move how Jordan used to do. And you can take that and you can apply it to how you do it. And you can move on. But as long as you want to be like Mike, you would never reach that. And LeBron is realizing that. Shit. Kobe eventually realized that. Somewhere down the line, Kobe realized somewhere down the line that being Kobe was better. Yeah. When you watch Kobe in the beginning, you know, he just mimicked Mike all the way through. The way he walked, the way he talked, his lingo, his vernacular. You understand what I'm saying? He was doing some guy's shit. He's seen the blueprint. He's seen how Michael was able to utilize his power, and him as a scientist, he was able to recognize that there was something in Michael that compelled him to perfect that part of himself. And he was able to connect his mind to that. That's how he was able to become Kobe. He ain't the only nigga that's 6'6". When Kobe came up, when Kobe was a fucking rookie, Eddie Jones was a starting point guard. And Eddie Jones had all the athleticism that a nigga could need. How come Eddie Jones wasn't Kobe Bryant? Niggas better understand this shit.
Right.
There is a difference in mentality. You understand what I'm saying? That's all. Eddie Jones had all the traits. He was quick. Eddie Jones, I think he went to Temple. Eddie Jones was a starting point guard. And he was athletic. He could jump out the gym. You understand what I'm saying? He could defend. He was quick. All of that shit. How come Eddie Jones couldn't sit there and say, all right, I'm 6'6", 6'7", like Mike, like Clyde Drexler, like Scottie Pippen, like Julius Erving, like Alex English. You understand what I'm saying? Like Adrian Dantley. How about I sit and I perfect how they did things so I could perfect Eddie Jones. You understand what I'm saying? Right. There is a difference. Kobe did that. And I can sit and I can admire that from the outside. I was able to look back and see that Kobe made a decision. And he was able to see it through. And as he began to perfect this idea of a basketball player, he began to realize that in actuality, he was a different player than Mike. He began to see that he was Kobe. And he had to do it Kobe way. Because he realized that he didn't have the natural physical gifts that Michael Jordan had. Mm-hmm. Somewhere along, because when he was younger, he was so young and impressionable. That's why he was jumping out the gym crazy when he was younger, because he has an idea of what it was. Like Michael was like, okay, Michael was flying, so I'm going to fly. Mm-hmm. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Somewhere along the way, he began to realize I can't get as high as this nigga. For some reason, he's able to get to certain spots that I can't get to because he's just stronger than me. You know what I'm saying? In that way, I'm going to have to figure out a different way to get to the spots that he got to, because I don't have the natural talent that he has. So if Kobe was totally enamored with just being Michael Jordan, eventually he would have plateaued because he would have relied on attributes that he didn't possess. You understand what I'm saying? That Michael naturally possessed. He had to cultivate the attributes that he possessed so he could continue to be Kobe. Otherwise, nigga, you got to understand, Michael Jordan, by the time Kobe was like 31, 32, he been in the league since he was 17. He already had so many miles on his body. You understand what I'm saying? When Michael Jordan was 30, Michael, let me see, because Mike retired at 30. So in 93, Mike was still like, I want to be like Mike, flying. Kobe's 30, he's 13 years in the league. He's like, oh, I got to figure out a different way of doing this. Because my body isn't I'm not Michael. He's a different freak. Mike was still 30, like, move out my way. You understand what I'm saying? So as you sit back and you're reading your books and you are watching, whoever the fuck, your scholars, whoever the fuck, anyone that you're trying to get some information from anybody, you understand what I'm saying? Realize that all of that is a pit stop. That the idea is to use it for you. Eat the fish, spit out the bones. You know what I'm saying? Take it for yourself. So you begin to piecemeal this. You begin to piecemeal this new reality. And you begin to see that you are the master of this reality. And you can dip and dab and choose and create however you want. You understand what I'm saying? Retake control of your mind. That's one of the keys of wanting to know yourself. A motherfucker asks you, like, why is it so important to know yourself? Why is transformation important? Motherfucker, so I can control my shit. Period. And if for no other reason, is to control my shit. Everything else is a bonus. First things first is that I want to be in control of my mind. That's first things first. Period. I want to be controlling my mind. That's why I want transformation. I want to be able to master this shit and connect it to, and so I can know what it's truly capable of. We don't know what it's really capable of. We don't have no idea. We don't know what it's capable of. The only thing that we think is capable of is making a hot record. The only thing that we think is capable of is running 100 meters as fast as possible. We've forgotten how to express that because we allow this system that's, to tell us and to dictate to us how we express that, because we want to get paid and we want the fame and we want the glamour. See, when you ain't concerned about the fame and the glamour, then only thing you be concerned about is, cultivating your own shit. Shit. So like when I get emails and hit up on Instagram and I get the questions, my answer a lot of times, my reply is similar in some degree, because I'm realizing that people are already doing the work. They just don't have the confidence in knowing that they are right in what it is that they're doing. All they have to do is just observe the results and being able to analyze whether or not if it's working for them or not, based on the results. Just be confident in your results. Better yet, be confident in analyzing your results from the work that you're putting in. Because you the God. You the God. And I think it's mad corny for anyone to want to control and manipulate a God for their own means. I think that's that's quite low. I like to see guys do their own thing. I don't want to see guys do shit according to my fucking idea. I think that's fucking corny and stupid. That's fucking corny and stupid. You want to live your life according to my idea? Shit, okay. Huh. All right. I had your ass sending me sneakers. Shit. I like sneakers. I get the address real quick. The new Jordan 35s, them shits is fucking fire. That motherfucker did it. Motherfucker. How dare he make a hot shoe in this day and age? Y'all, boy, have y'all seen the new Jordan 35s? Motherfucker. That motherfucker hit a home run. God damn it. I'm like, fuck. He did it. I have to see them on my feet. When you put like some fresh hot sneakers on, I just feel like a little kid, like, because I just always just like the design of the shits. You know what I'm saying? It's just always fun. I never could afford them shits as a kid. Shit. But shit. I used to always admire them. So when you begin to get into guy shit, you quickly learn how to put shit in its place. You learn how to put shit in its proper place and its proper perspective. You begin to remove how the shit affects you emotionally. You better be able to put that shit in its place. Like, no, they just fucking sneakers. It's just sneakers. Yeah, just fuck it. Like the Jordan 35s, there's a couple colorways that I want. But I promise you, I won't shed a single tear. I wouldn't even waste my mind thinking about, if I can't get a pair, I don't give a fuck. Mm-hmm. Shit. Those are one of the superpowers you gain when you start to gain control of your mind. One of the great benefits of controlling your mind is having the ability to control your emotions and knowing how to invest in your emotions wherever the fuck you want. You be able to put shit in its place. You be able to say, when like when you see them videos with a nigga like who got like or like when you see like there was a videos like of like a nigga sitting down. How y'all seen the videos of a nigga sitting down getting fed by a woman? He'd be like waffles, and then she'll cut the waffle, and then she'll pick it up and feed him. He'd be like juice. The bitch would pick the juice up and then give it to him. That's some funny shit. He'd be like grapes. The bitch would put the grapes up and shit. Hell no. Like nigga, I don't give a fuck. Like niggas would create an argument. Niggas are so quick to create arguments out of how people live in their own lives. You want to talk about transformation and having an understanding what it means to be God, but you don't even have the ability to even control your own emotions, which is key and paramount to being a God. Knowing how to control and direct your emotions and your mind. Your emotions is just a part of your mind. That's mind control 101, nigga. Learning how to control your fucking emotions. So you can't control your fucking emotions, then you a slave to them. And you will continue to be a slave to them. Because your ideas will always be connected to that. Because your emotions is involved. You soft ass nigga. Emotional ass. I don't give a fuck how a motherfucker live their life. I don't give a fuck. A flying fuck. I don't give a fuck how a bitch live her life. I don't give a fuck how a nigga live his life. I don't give a fuck. I applaud however a nigga is living life. I don't give a fuck. Because I realize that we God. And we choose this shit. Whether in ignorance or otherwise. And some of us are just afraid to choose what we really want to do. And we would rather argue with other niggas who is brave enough to make that choice for themselves. You would rather argue with them instead of just doing your own thing. You weakling. But you God though. You God though. I'm unapologetic, nigga. I do whatever the fuck I want. I don't give a fuck what a nigga gotta think. Nigga, I'm God. And there is nothing, and I be and shit, nigga. I like to see niggas do God shit. I encourage that. I encourage that. There is nothing in me that want to control how a nigga thinks. Nothing. I want to see niggas do God shit. Activate something. When Apple, there's a reason why Apple has an open source. It's because they don't have all the fucking answers. They put out an open source so to create a avenue in which people can express ideas. So them as Apple can transform. Mm-hmm. If they wanted to, they could just say, all right, we own Apple, we own the App Store, we only going to have Apple apps, period. No one else can do shit. But then they'll quickly realize that Android is going to kick their asses because Android has an open source and allows people to help them develop their Android system. This is what we're doing right now. This conversation is to create a light way, a pathway for a nigga or a woman who was uncomfortable with being themselves. They can now realize, look at a nigga like me, that nigga, you can do this shit, nigga. You can do whatever the fuck you want. You God. Can't nobody tell you shit. You can do whatever the fuck you want. Can't nobody tell you shit. How to do nothing. You can have whatever relationship you want. You can have whatever relationship you want, nigga. And you can do your shit and design your shit however the fuck you want. You fucking God. And women, can't nobody tell you. Can't no nigga tell you. Remind yourself when a nigga's trying to tell you something that you God. Convince you. That's the importance of convincing your subconscious mind of this shit. Once you convince your subconscious mind of this shit, you begin to develop a mentality that is conducive to that. Because you are in control of this shit. You convince your subconscious mind that you God. So now you are in recognition that you run it. So you ain't gonna let nobody run it. No nigga, no nobody. You begin to want to connect with someone who has that confidence within themselves, as you have that confidence within yourself. Because that's the only way that sometimes a person can get it and understand it. You ever been around a person that you was expressing certain ambitions to, and they were getting offended because you was expressing that you want to do something a little bit better? Trying to stagnate you and shit. I butchered this blunt. That's why it's taking me so long, but I'm doing surgery. That's what it is. That's what it's like when a nigga's trying to keep you down. That's what it's like. When someone is trying to keep you down. Like, nigga, I'm God. Motherfucker. And I don't need to, and I don't need to prove it to you. I've already proven it to myself. So you can kick rocks. You blaspheming ass motherfucker. Because that's what you're doing right now. Over here trying to run me, nigga. You tell these niggas, you decide how you want your shit to go. And a nigga who gets it, you wouldn't even have to explain nothing. He will already know. He will fit into whatever system you want. Because he knows himself. She knows herself. She is confident in who and what she is. And she is no longer concerned. And he or she no longer allows motherfuckers to define what that is for them. Because they know that they God. Like, I'm God. I define that. Nah. Motherfucker. Don't define shit for me. I define who God is. I'm God. How about that? Anything else is uncivilized, motherfucker. Which means that I can do what I want. And you can do what you want. And we can come to an understanding. But we've been so beat over the head with morale. We're so good-hearted now. We got so many morals. Oh, I don't do that. I don't do that. You shouldn't do that. Why are you doing that? Why are you over there doing that? Why are you smoking reefer? Motherfuckers that hit your inbox talking some. Why are you smoking? Like, I'm God. That's why. Like, you be amazed at shit I get. You'd be amazed. You would be amazed the shit I get in my inbox. I'm like, motherfucker. Light it up. Light it up. I got these minis, man. These game minis. Because I like game. I graduated from the Swisher to the game. But I get the minis, but they ain't got the full stem ones. You dig? At first, I was fucking with the Swishers, but then that's because they were easier to roll. But now that I'm, you know, I think I'm getting my skill up. Moved up to the game. I went from a nigga who was I didn't cuss. I didn't do I used to barely cuss. Man, you want to talk about transformation, nigga? I'll show y'all some transformation. I'll show y'all niggas some transformation. Nigga. I went from 0 to hero. There is nothing about my upbringing that should suggest that I know anything about what I know now about myself. I realized that they don't want you to know this shit about yourself. Did you know? Nah, I ain't saying now. Don't go get locked up. Don't go get locked up. But did you know that if 100 niggas just calmly without any emotion just went into Walmart and just started picking up shit and walking out, do you know that they really can't do shit but fucking watch? That's that grasshoppers trying to take over the ants type of shit. If you've seen the movie A Bug's Life, you will see that their main thing was keeping the ants in control. Although the ants outnumbered them and had way more power. They had way more energy. They had way more unity. They had a way greater system. They was the superior bug. But they was under the illusion that they was weak because of how they've been taught, how they've been indoctrinated by one grasshopper's idea to take over the ants. And then his system, he passed that down to his ancestors and they learned how to perpetuate it and they evolved it over the, you know, to a point to where the ants was automatically, they didn't even question. They didn't even question. It was their civil duty to serve the grasshoppers. What I'm saying is that we the ants. And better yet, if you're familiar with the movie, A Bug's Life, I'll be even more direct with you. You're not even the ants. You are the main one. You're a Z. That's what you are. When you watch the movie A Bug's Life, watch it. If you have Disney Plus or whatever the fuck, watch that and see yourself as the hero character, as Z. That's who you are. Everybody else is just rolling around that motherfucker. But once Z got his mind right and he understood how to put shit together, everybody else benefited. What I'm saying is that you feel that you alone is because in every anthill there's a Z. The main character. In every anthill there's a Z. And you start to see that in your family, there's just a few motherfuckers who kind of can think. You see what I'm saying? You would think that, well, since I am the main character, I'm all alone. No, you just one motherfucker in one anthill. You begin to see that real quick just by watching the movie A Bug's Life. There's just one little small anthill in comparison to a grand world of insects. But Z yet exists. You are Z. You are not the other ants roaming around, just being willy-nilly and just conforming to what the grasshoppers got to fucking say. Fuck them. You ain't them niggas. You are not the motherfuckers that's in line just like being happy with the status quo. You're not that nigga. You're not that. You the motherfucker who was like, nah, we could do shit better around this motherfucker. This shit is nah, this ain't it. How about we don't give them the food at the end of the springtime? Fuck them. How about we keep the food and say fuck them? And that's what we're seeing now in the music industry. Niggas is starting to say fuck them. Why are we giving them the food? Y'all just the fucking grasshoppers. That's all y'all are. We the ants. We the ones that's producing the shit. Niggas is really starting to see that. Niggas are starting to see like, no, we can have our own quality of life, motherfucker. We don't need you to provide us with a quality of life. Right now, we are addicted to what it is that they presented as the pinnacle of a quality living. Big house, big fancy car, fancy Italian knit. You understand what I'm saying? Flying privately around the world, vacations. Do you know that going to Asia should be your birthright? You shouldn't have, that shouldn't be something exotic, traveling. Do you understand that traveling is not exotic? That traveling shouldn't be something that should be worthy of saying of something that's stunting. Why is that even stunting? That should be something that should be a given thing that is available to everybody. Traveling should be fucking free. But nah, it ain't no. What we're gonna do, we're gonna create resorts and we're gonna create airline tickets. We're gonna create vacation time. You understand what I'm saying? We're gonna create bills. You understand? We're gonna minimize your ability to expand to the nth degree. Not only are we going to minimize you to the nth degree, but we're also going to take the benefits of your labor and live off of it in luxury. In luxury. If I create the game, I create the rules. Period. The music industry, they created the game of the music industry. And they say that if you partake in the industry, this is what you get. We'll give you fame, we'll give you this, we'll give you that. Niggas is now saying like, nah, nigga. Nah. No more record deals. Niggas is now starting to see how corny it is to be a part of the system. Like with Vlad TV and all this shit that's happening with Vlad. If y'all familiar with Vlad TV and what's going on with Lord Jamar, Godfrey, Royce the 5'9", my son, that whole thing that's going on right now. That is a taste of what's yet to come. Of niggas starting to realize like, nah, we ain't giving you no more of our energy. We're going to begin to circulate that amongst our people. We're starting to realize that we choose to be a part of this pattern of not doing for self. Niggas is now starting to see. We talking about even just basic individuals who are able to just who are not even the most conscious people. We talking about just people in the industry who are now putting basic shit together, like saying like, how about I just do it because I just want to do it because I love to do it. And I'm going to use it for what I wanted. I'm no longer concerned about being connected to your system. Niggas are starting to see now that let's try for once to do this differently for the first time. Let's actually try to ignore them for once. Let's just try it just because. For no other reason than we wanted to see the results. That's one of the main things we have yet to try. And I appreciate brothers putting that shit out there. Saying that let's actually try doing shit our way. That's just as an experiment. Let's just do shit our way. Let's do shit our way for the gods, for us. Let's do it for us. We are now gearing towards, we are doing something completely different now. Let's try for once to say, like, here you go, sweetie. If we're playing Monopoly, if I created the game Monopoly and I convince you that this is the best way to run society, and you agree that is the best way, and I create the game, which means that I already created the rules that's connected to the game of Monopoly, so I know how it works and how to manipulate it. I control the money, the currency. I control everything, right? And you're living within it. And as you're going around the board, you're fucking struggling. Because every time you land on something, you got to pay fucking rent. You got to pay a bill, a utility bill, luxury tax. If you're familiar with Monopoly, one of the worst motherfucking things you can land on is that goddamn that one that's between y'all. Help me out. Okay, on Monopoly, what is that part on Monopoly where you land on it and it says either you pay 200 or you give up like 15% of what's in your pocket, some shit like that. Damn, y'all help me because I'm too high. That's my favorite board game, but usually I can be able to. I can't remember that part of the board. It's like right. Is that the tax? Because I know it's luxury tax. Luxury tax is between Park Place and Boardwalk. That's luxury tax. And then there's like another tax that's after go. Nigga, that's one of the worst things. When you hit that shit, because you be needing that $200 once you pass go. Okay, hold on, here it is. Hold on, right here. Income tax. Oh. Income tax, motherfucker.
Yo, living it's on set. Mm-hmm.
Income tax on the Monopoly board, I hate your ass. But then sometimes I love it because it works into my advantage because it takes money out my opponent's pocket so they can't build houses. Mm-hmm. So you begin to see on a small level of a game, how if I can emotionally invest my competitive nature to not want to see you win, mm-hmm. You understand what I'm saying? Nigga, you begin to see how ugly this system is, how grimy it is. So imagine as I'm sitting here and I'm kicking your ass in Monopoly, where we're actually taking this shit seriously, right? And just say that as I'm kicking your ass, as you're going around the board, you are crying, you are like angry, you cussing me out, you're blaming me for your woes, you're like you can't understand why you can't get along in life, this and that and the third. Instead of just saying, you know what, motherfucker? Fuck your motherfucking game. Fuck your Monopoly, motherfucker. I ain't playing no more. How about that? That's what I'm ready to see. I'm ready to see that. I'm ready to see niggas withdraw from the game. Clear the board. As a matter of fact, fuck the board. Create something that best fits you. And that starts and begins in your mind. As long as you can see that in your mind, that helps propel transformation. That helps propel it. Because it all happens in the mind. The mind is all. The universe is mental. Nothing happens in front of the mind. Everything is a result of your mind. It first begins in your heart and your mind. You know what I'm saying? I've removed myself from the system emotionally. I'm still in it. You see my lights is on, which means I have a fucking light bill, which means that it costs money in order to keep it on. But I'm not emotionally connected to the system anymore. You understand what I'm saying? I no longer do. I try my best. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't work. And it's clear that it doesn't work because you start to see all the infighting that is happening among the elite. There are some who want to keep the shit going, and there are some who are probably saying, fuck it, let's do something different. And that's what's happening right now. That's all they're fighting about. Some people want to maintain the system. Some of the elite are happy with how things are going. They're happy with their life. And others are like, well, shit is beginning to hit the fan, and we want to prepare. Let's do something different. And that's where the infighting is currently happening, and that's why this shit is crashing now. The system is going down. So now it will behoove us to have the mentality now, so we be able to like take care of ourselves. I don't know how we gonna do it, because nigga, I've never worked in a power plant, so I don't know how to keep the lights on. So I understand niggas' confusion. But what I'm saying is that I'm willing to see what it looks like. Fuck it, let this shit go off. You see what I'm saying? Fuck it. Let this shit just let's do some new shit. Because y'all not gonna let the lights go off. That's what you have to realize. You have to remember that they are dependent on this shit just as much as we are. They're just as dependent. They're not going to stop making food. They're not going to stop producing electronics and making better internet. They're not going to stop doing that. Because they have a way of life too. They're just as addicted in their cocoon as we niggas. All we have to do is recognize our power. And say, yeah, nigga, y'all gonna do it anyway, so fuck it. Keep the lights on. And don't send me a bill again, motherfucker. Right. Because we not paying it. Mm-hmm. Niggas begin to quit and walk off the job. They already preparing for that. Why you think automation exists? Why do you think they're preparing for automation? Why do you think that all these factories, these assembly lines are replacing all these niggas in these jobs? Because they begin to realize that eventually that they're going to have to just do shit. Mm-hmm. That shit's going to have to just be produced any motherfucking way. Because niggas ain't going to want to do that shit no more. Niggas are going to be too interested in doing whatever the fuck niggas want to do for themselves to partake in the system any longer. You dig? DJ Jaguar, what up? Let me go in the comments, man. Let me see if the niggas. Let me see what the guys is. Let me see what the fuck niggas talking about. Y'all niggas be funny. Sometimes I'll go back and look. I be laughing. Y'all be cracking me the fuck up. Because it's such a breath of fresh air to converse and connect with people who know how to fucking think. Niggas who know they gods. You understand what I'm saying? Not niggas who saying, no, you're not. No, brother. No, brother, no. No, your word, the Lord said. You know what I'm saying? Aren't you tired of talking to people who are convinced? Not even so much as convinced. Or aren't you tired of being around motherfuckers who are trying to convince you that you aren't who you are? You begin to see yourself as a chaos being. You convince your subconscious mind of that shit. A motherfucker can't tell you shit. The only time a person will be able to really tell you something is when they like, your heart will be able to discern if they're coming from a place. Because you're a master of your heart now.
Mm-hmm.
So your heart is a perfect gauge. You be able to, when a person is talking to you, you be able to feel their frequency on a level. Like, oh, okay, I understand you. You may speak. You're not saying this to their face in some sort of form of arrogance. But all of this is going on in your mind. Mm-hmm. You understand? As this supercomputer is just like doing this thing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I can feel when a nigga is coming from a certain place. It compels me to like respond when I get a certain question. If I respond, that means I'm really like interested in what you have to fucking say. I get a lot of messages I just don't respond to. It ain't personal. But I'm like, man, I don't got, Lord Jamar Divine, hell yeah, rolling up. About to roll up again. About to roll up again, nigga. Hell yeah, niggas about that time. Nigga, it's early. Nigga, the night is young. Nigga, it's 10 o'clock. Nigga, this is just when niggas get the rolling. Well, niggas roll all, nigga, it's not a moment in time. Let's be clear about that. There is not a nanosecond that exists where niggas not rolling up a joint or a blunt or something. So you begin to let shit go. You look when as a scientist, you look at Trump and you look at Milana and that shit come on that they got the corona donor. He be like, really? You see the game for what it is, how they built it up to the point of him shitting on it, to the point that he now agrees to it. Mm-hmm. Nigga, you was just on some like, fuck that shit. Now you agree? Who is he trying to convince is what you ask yourself. Mm-hmm. Who are you trying to convince, nigga? Who are you trying to convince? The moment it's gonna be beautiful when niggas is saying, fuck voting. Fuck that shit. That shit don't fucking work. This shit is stupid. They don't want shit to hit the fan. They don't want that shit to hit the fan when niggas is just like, yeah. Solidarity. Right. I just want to see that for once. I'm not talking about, you know what I'm saying, 40 million niggas being in one mind. But just enough niggas. Enough niggas to put a real dent in shit. Because as the chains fall off and as more and more niggas begin to flex and get in their right mind, the more and more niggas will tap into that open source to where transformation will be triggered. Because somebody's going to figure this shit out. I truly believe that. Somebody's going to figure it out and going to share it with the world, and it's over. The information will be available to niggas. And now is the time for niggas to be mentally prepared. Be mentally prepared. Have the mentality now of a chaos being. So when this shit happens, you already ready. You on top of it. Just how the .com boom happened back in the 90s when the internet dropped and a bunch of motherfuckers got rich quick. You understand what I'm saying? That's what it's going to be like when that God shit hit. When that God shit hit, you're going to be on the cutting edge of technology. And you're going to be ready to rock and roll, and the shit's going to be over and done with from there. It's going to be greater than Bitcoin. Bitcoin ain't going to have shit on that God knowledge truly manifesting, that God energy, that transformation. Damn. It's a roach. I'm gonna take my time this time. I'm gonna roll me something a little bit thicker. Ooh. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Woo. Come around, nigga. Come around. I'll pass it. Get you fucked up. Where my grind? Oh. I enjoy passing it. I don't mind passing. I like. It gives me an overwhelming joy to share and to give. That's one of the greatest feelings in the world is when you can give and give in abundance. I imagine when Mansa Musa gave those people all those hundreds of millions in gold, when he just threw it out to the people, I imagine like the amount of love that was happening. Because niggas was able to take that and then and it was already in their right minds. He was able to take it and he knew by giving the open source. See, niggas not, he just gave out the open source. Like, all right, wealth. Boom. Now let's see what y'all niggas can do with it so I can create more wealth for myself. I'm already the richest in the world. And that's all, that's cool. But I can see that this shit can go up. So he just started throwing money out. That's how I see it in my mind. That nigga just started throwing money out in great abundance. That's documented in history. I see myself in my mind. I see myself doing it. I see myself giving that type of love. I see myself doing that. I see myself. That's one of the main reasons why I'm here. It's to show that type of love still exists. Like if I own Nike, I think Nike right now is what? What's the net worth of Nike? 25 billion. Let me see. Nike net worth. 2020. Nike is worth 35 billion. So let's say if I started Nike, along with, let's say, 10 other partners. And then as the shoe company is growing and progressing, me having the ability to, as a scientist, to survey certain things, I realized that I can move certain parts around, cut certain niggas out the way on a business tip to where I can even maximize my profits, and perhaps instead of being worth 2 billion or 1 billion, I can actually be worth 35 billion. I can actually be the number one head honcho. That's what's done a lot of times in business, in partnerships and corruption, because they become enamored with the Forbes list and they would rather see their names on there. And they know if they do it the love way, that their names would never be in the upper echelons of those tycoons who sacrificed a bunch of motherfuckers to get to where they at. Me personally, if I would rather be worth, let's say, 1 billion, me, and like 19 of my other partners is also worth 1 billion, than for me to be worth 1 trillion. Let's just put that into perspective. Fuck 100 billion. I would rather be worth $1 billion and 19 of my partners also worth $1 billion than me worth 1 trillion. To me, that's more love. Because if that's the love that I'm giving, then imagine the love that they give it. It's not, but if I have this me, I'm the big dog. I'm the richest nigga. I got the biggest bag in the room. If that's my mentality, then ready to see niggas show love again. Because we control that. We run that. We control the apparatus of love. We get to define what love is for us. They have redefined love for us. We've forgotten how to love each other. We've forgotten how to love ourselves. To even begin to love another motherfucker like that. Unconditional love, nigga, you like, man, listen. I got bills to pay. Man, my baby needs Similac. You know what I'm saying? Shit, nigga. Me, nigga. It's all about me. And that is not your fault because the system, that's how the system got this shit. That's how they got it. They created the system that to get you in that mentality. It fosters that mentality. It's what it wants. Because if it wasn't what it wanted, it wouldn't have an environment in which that could even manifest. They want poor. There ain't nothing that exists in this system that they don't want. You don't think they can control that? They control that love. Everything that's connected to this system that creates poverty is something that they want. They want that. Otherwise, it wouldn't exist. They understand, even if they don't create it directly, they understand that in order for them to do and live how they live, that shit, fuck it. Casualties of war. Some motherfuckers gonna be poor. They can't stop us though. They cannot stop us. We gods. And the reality is that we can take what we want. And we can take what we want in love. As you walk into Walmart and you tip that 80-inch screen, plasma, that 80-inch 4K TV, and that black security guard stops you at the door, you say, listen, brother, listen, brother. This TV is not yours. This shit ain't yours, brother. You God. Why are you working so hard to stop me from doing this? This ain't yours. What is it that you have to lose? This fucking job? Do you know what's in there is you can actually grab and take and pay your whole salary for the next 5 years what you working at this fucking shit? Love yourself enough, my brother or sister, to not fight for this shit. And they'll say, and then they can't call you savages because you'll be able to calmly let them know, like, listen, we're not here, we're not burning nothing down. You understand what I'm saying? We're not burning nothing down. We're not here destroying nothing. We just want the system to change. That's all. We're not here going crazy. We just taking what we need. Because the shit is too expensive. And we understand that it's not your fault. Y'all producing the items and this and then the third. We understand that it's not your fault. Now it's time for y'all to complain to the motherfuckers who was over y'all. Tell them, let them motherfuckers know, like, yo, these motherfuckers ain't paying no more.
Right.
Fuck y'all. Mm-hmm. The CEOs of Walmart, the owners, the family, and all them, they're gonna be like, you think they're not the ones running shit. Mm-hmm. They're part of the system. They low. Mm-hmm. They low. Yeah, they got money, but they low. Mm-hmm. The motherfuckers who run shit is the ones that's above them. You understand what I'm saying? The ones that's above the Walmarts, above the Amazons. You think Jeff Bezos is the hot shit? No, the motherfuckers you don't know is the hot shit. Mm-hmm. The real money. The motherfucker who controls the money. The motherfucker who don't even live off money. Them motherfuckers don't even live off money. Those are the motherfuckers. Just like in that movie, what's that movie with Justin Timberlake? Where like motherfuckers got like the time shit on their wrist. Damn, boy. See, that's what smoking weed do. I used to be able to be like, waka pow with information. Man, please. That movie shows you how the elite live. I think it's called like Timeless. Let's see.
In Time.
In Time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Justin Timberlake, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In Time.
This
Yeah.
shit right here? Snippet?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. That movie In Time. Watch that movie In Time, and you will see how the elite is, how they act in their mindset. You see how they monopolize motherfuckers' lives with time. Because once you hit a certain age, a clock will automatically appear on your wrist, and it shows you how much time you have to live. And it'd be like 30 hours. Oh, so motherfuckers work and bust their ass for them 30 hours. And then as a result of that, you know, an underground springs from that. You got time gangsters, motherfuckers who rob you for your time, motherfuckers who extort you for your time. You understand what I'm saying? Okay. And then there's like this, and then like if you want to live any sort of good and decent lifestyle, so you pay with your time too. Your food costs the time. Everything is the currency on this movie.
Oh, hell.
So like if you want to rent a hotel, it's cost you an hour. You see how important that shit is. Right. You see how important it is to give motherfuckers that type of energy just by watching that movie. And then, not to spoil the movie, once you get towards the end, you'll see how the motherfuckers, the elite, is living. In comparison to how the motherfuckers who are walking around like everyday sheep, woo, you'll see that money don't even matter. Because I ain't gonna spoil it for y'all because I want y'all to watch it. It's called In Time. It's with Justin Timberlake. The movie came out back in 2011. Mm-hmm. I thought it was older than that, to be honest. 2011. It goes deep into how the elite get down. We run this shit. We really run this shit. They can't hold us. They can't hold a candle to who and what we are. We can literally do what we want. We just got to be willing to, you know, shit. You want to pass me the asterisk? We got to be willing to accept all the shit that's, you know, that's gonna come with it. But I'm down. Anything better than this shit. No shit at all. They have proven that they are ill-equipped to do this shit properly. So you shouldn't be looking for them to convince you any longer. You should already be convinced based on your observation. You're already convinced. Like, yeah, a motherfucker slap you in the face enough. You should be, you know, it's time you convince yourself. Like, all right, I've been slapped enough. Enough is enough. I'm tired of these black eyes. I'm tired of telling my homegirl, giving my homegirls excuses. Like, girl, you know, he just going through a lot. You know, he's stressed out. You know, he loved me so much, girl. He just going through it. Mm-hmm. I'm talking to the hoes that's like, nah. Now that I've healed, I want to maintain this. Mm-hmm. I'm talking them type of motherfuckers. I've healed now. I am in my right mind. I am in my right mind. I know exactly what the fuck is going on in my head noodles. And I am convinced. 100%. Pure and unadulterated. I know that I am God. I know this. I know this. Which means that I have rights don't even begin to explain what it is that belongs to me. Everything belongs to me. Everything. The mind is all. I know that now. That's what they didn't want you to know. They didn't want you to know that the resources that they pay you to produce, and in turn make you pay in order to reap what you produce, is all a fucking game. Imagine that. You work to produce something and they pay you just so they can reproduce it and make other niggas pay for it. And they the ones that sit back like fat rats. Nigga, I'm not saying I want to be a fat rat. But what I'm saying is that if a nigga want to be a fat rat, he should have that ability to do that tonight. If a nigga want to drive a Rolls Royce, he should be able to do that right now. If that's what he wants. Imagine a society that is based on taste. You just judge based on your taste, not based on how much money you have in your pocket. You begin to see who really thrives for real. Because the real you will begin to manifest when you no longer can judge yourself based on your worth is based on how much money you got, how big your house is. When everyone has access to the same shit, now who the fuck are you? Who are you now, motherfucker? When a motherfucker can live how they want, you start to see how ugly you are. You start to see how ugly you are or how lame you are. Imagine if you're a rich motherfucker and you know that your money is the reason why you got the bitch you got. And then say this shit crashes, and all of a sudden she's in a position to where like she can like get any house she want, any car she want, because money doesn't exist anymore. Let's see if she stays with your ass. Let's see that. I'm curious to see if they would still stay with you. Oh, they don't want to face that. Niggas don't want to face that type of music. That's some harsh music to face. I'm ready to face that music, nigga. I am confident that I would thrive in that realm. Confident. As I thrive in this one. But that, though, will be more fitting. Because I can drive a Lamborghini and I can feel like I'm not stunting on niggas. Because everybody got one that wants one. It's just a matter of taste. You begin to see that once everything is available to you, that you don't even want everything. You begin to see that a big house really ain't shit. You will actually get what works for you. Because if everything is available, there ain't no fucking maids. Who's going to clean your big ass house now? You begin to see that a big house is really just a thing of the ego. Because when you own a big ass house, you usually are paying someone to keep for the upkeep. You're usually the one paying for someone to keep up the garden, to keep up the pool boy. You're usually the one paying someone to help maintain your cars and your vehicles. When money no longer exists, the only mechanics that's going to be around are the ones who truly love it. But the ones who just did it for a trade, they're going to be figuring out new shit. You begin to see that efficiency is just better. You begin to see that, well, since I got this big ass house, I don't want to clean this shit. I'm just going to get, now I realize, you begin to check your ego and see for the first time that all you needed was basic shit. This whole time, that's the trick. You realize that glamour, big houses, big boats, that all that shit is just a fucking trick to keep you locked into the system. But if you got a big ass yacht and then all of a sudden the captain of the yacht, because you don't know how to run that motherfucking shit, he looks on the news and he says, and they realize that money is no longer the main currency which runs shit, he gonna look at you like, well, you can't pay me, motherfucker. So what do I do? I mean, do I just do this out of the kindness of my heart? I'm going home to my wife. And as a matter of fact, I already know how to do this. I'm going to get on my own boat now. I've been dreaming of my own yacht my whole life. My whole life, all I've been doing is parading other motherfuckers who can own a yacht. My whole life. And now I can own my own. I think I'm going to get off your shit, motherfucker. Bye-bye. You begin to see that all this shit is superficial. The motherfuckers who's doing hair, half the shit that motherfuckers is doing half them niggas won't even be doing that shit no more. At all. They'll be doing some whole new shit. Niggas will be living in Belize. See that niggas will be in like motherfucking like on the corners of fucking of the earth again. There ain't no bill that they have no responsibility. Nigga. That's being God. Niggas will have so much time to be within themselves. So much time to be within themselves that this shit will turn into something else. Something that we've never seen before. Something that we've never seen before. You dig? Starts in the mind. If your parents is the number one proponent of mind control, that means that it's important that the system convinces the parents and your forefathers of this shit. So you are born into the system. But if you die of the mindset, you convince yourself of something greater. You understand what I'm saying? You gain control of your mind now. You can never manifest in no shit like this ever again. You would be too much in your right mind to do that. Shit. You would manifest a whole new reality based on a whole new set of principles. So I'm setting it up now. I'm setting my mind up now for paradise. So when I make the transition, I already know what to do. My mind is set up. My mind is set up. My heart is set up for the chaos realms. I know how to be up there. I know how to operate. I know how to let motherfuckers rock. I know how to rock within my shit. I know how to add. You know what I'm saying? And subtract, motherfucker. And that's it. That's all a nigga need. Roll up. Yeah, nigga. Y'all already know what time it is. Shit, I don't know where the moon is. Boy, the moon is full tonight.
It's on the other side of the house.
Man, that shit moves so quickly. Fuck. So what it do, man? What y'all talking about? Y'all got any questions? Y'all have any questions?
Somebody mentioned the book.
Somebody mentioned the book? What book, baby?
Raymond McMillan, the Illuminatus trilogy by Robert Anton Wilson.
Say it again.
The Illuminatus trilogy.
The Illuminatus trilogy?
Mm-hmm. I guess he was saying that you hit some points in from that book.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm. I might have to check that out. I be in my head.
Yeah, I think it's on my list on Amazon.
Oh, is it?
Somebody mentioned it.
They said I'm smacked. Nigga, I stay smacked. Nigga, this is the God realm. I like to be in the God realm. And when I'm high, I like to meditate when I'm high to familiarize myself with the zone to eventually I won't need this anymore. That's the goal. That's the goal. As far as needing it to get in a particular zone. You understand what I'm saying? Right now it's a tool. You know, when I use it, and I like the zone that it puts me in. But I also recognize that it is also within me to tap into this zone naturally. So it's practice. It's practice. It's a good practice. I enjoy the reefers. I enjoy the reefers. And I have a feeling that niggas too enjoy the reefers. I don't think they was waiting on me to find out. I think niggas been on it. I be talking to niggas about it. Niggas be like, nigga, I was 17. Nigga, I was 15. Understand that you are an anomaly, that your upbringing, there was nothing about your upbringing that of course you could look back at your past and you can see how things propelled you to become conscious, but you begin to see that the reality is that this system doesn't encourage that the system doesn't encourage that. So now you start to say, like, all right, where the confidence lacks is sometimes your upbringing, because I'm from a small town, okay? Small town Dothan. There is like nothing in your life that can sometimes make you feel as if you even deserve to think the way you think. That's how I know that confidence is such a huge blocker. If you sit and you say, like, man, I'm from a small town, I ain't gonna be nothing, ain't gonna ever be nothing. My daddy wasn't nothing. My Uncle Jojo in jail. My Uncle Rufus ain't shit. He a drunk. My great granddaddy had 5 baby mamas. He ain't shit. You understand what I'm saying? There was nothing about my upbringing coming up in a small town of Dothan, Alabama. You understand what I'm saying? Understand. There was nothing. There was something that is within you. Begin to have confidence in that recognition. Recognize that there is something in you that, in spite of your upbringing, in spite of what you've been through, in spite of what you've been told, in spite of what you've been taught, in spite of what motherfuckers try to convince you what you are and what you ain't, you still broke through and got knowledge of self. Nonetheless, applaud yourself, as my brother Will would say. So fucking high. Hold on. I know. I think he was in here. Because I'm too high to remember. That's how I know I'm high. When I can't remember the advocate occultist. That's my boy. Check out his YouTube channel, the advocate occultist. If he's still in the chat, type your name in there, brother, and post your link so niggas can check you out. We have an interview on my channel as well. We have a real dope build. Check that out. Real dope build where we get into some shit, straight to some shit.
Somebody asked how often do you meditate?
However, I meditate as often as I can, all day,
every day,
every day, all day,
every day,
all day, every day. Constantly convincing my mind. I mean, constantly sending my subconscious mind's signals of transformation and seeing itself other than human to trigger that metamorphosis. That's all I focus on. That's my main focus. It's triggering that X gene. Because I tell you right now, if I wake up tomorrow with the powers of Magneto or Professor X, I ain't gonna destroy the world, but I'm gonna have a little fun with it first before I start teaching niggas. Maybe for a day. I might fuck with niggas for a day, maybe 2 days. And then, all right, niggas, here's how you tap in.
Here's the code.
Here's the cheat code. It's so easy. And once the shit come out, niggas gonna be like, oh, that's all we had to do.
Right. That's how it's gonna be.
Right. Niggas gonna be doing all kind of shit. Like, oh, that's all I had to do? Fuck, that's it? Go in my head, movies and create. Aphrodite Bethlehem. She said, she said, what is this channel about? That's a good fucking question.
You can't put that into words. Right?
It's a channel about no agenda. You good, baby? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna put it down because nigga. Woo! I forgot what this strain is called. It's called like Mac 3 or something like that. It's supposed to be some good shit.
Mansa today said, give him the cliff notes, G.
The cliff notes? The what notes?
The cliff notes.
Oh, Mansa is funny. I mean, shit. I haven't thought about what the channel is about. I would drive myself crazy trying to think about that. Right. Because the way I operate, it has to be operated in a realm of freedom. If there is no way if I couldn't express myself the way I wanted to, I would have to figure out a different medium. Because this is how I show myself my godhood. Just this. This is how I express that. So it would, if they was like heavily like dampening that, I would have had to find a different medium. Because to be frank, I'm confident enough that I can find a way to express this in anything. I just choose to do it this way. You understand what I'm saying? So I constantly study this. You know what I'm saying? This is my life's work. I constantly study what I'm doing now. Constantly. Anyone who talks about anything, you know what I'm saying? I study their ass like Gilbert Arenas. You understand what I'm saying? I study them like Gilbert Arenas. And I take what I need for me. And I add it for my game. Because I got my own game. I like how I dribble. You see? I like how I windmill and lay up. I'm not enamored with laying up how somebody else is laying up per se. I learn how they do it, and I add it to my shit, and I get moving. Because ultimately, I'm looking for transformation. I'm looking for that way to get shit cracking for myself. And as I get cracking for myself, I have the ability to help others that's around me. So as I encourage others to do the same thing, because I haven't figured this shit out yet. So as I encourage others to figure that out for themselves, we can get this shit fucking cracking. As I continue to work hard and diligently on figuring out self for me. Because it's an ever-going process and you can never know it all. So until you know what I'm saying, I'm satisfied. Which I'm going to just keep going. So I encourage those to just get within themselves. You dig? Aphrodite, the goddess of love. I should study that shit as a kid, man.
I like to ask if you work with certain deities. If so, who some you work with?
So that's a good question. So Jeremy Gibson said, do you work with deities? If so, who are some that you work with? So this is how I work for me. This is how I do it for me. When it comes to deities, I don't. Very few I personalize. For me, very few I personalize. Even though I have access to the entire pantheon, I don't cap it. Very few I personalize because I don't want to get caught up in the idea of what that deity does. Because because the way my mind works, I would rather my subconscious mind get it and my conscious mind forget it. So my subconscious mind can do the actual work because I don't want to get in the way of it. I'd rather just give it I'd rather give my subconscious mind the instruction, and then I want to forget about it. I want to burn it in my mind. So this is how I work with deities, Jeremy. This is how I do it. I read about a deity, or I look at a list of names of deities. You understand what I'm saying? I take snapshots of it, like on my phone. Like, this is what my phone look like. I have just deities on my phone, just simple shit. So when I look at it, my idea isn't to like memorize the shit. I don't want to memorize it. You know what I'm saying? Because the ones I want to memorize is if I have a specific use and a purpose, then I go to that particular deity for that energy. But I'm constantly working on transformation of being a chaos being. So what I'm doing is, when I look at this, I want my subconscious mind to take a snapshot of it quick. Excuse me, y'all. Take a snapshot of it quick. And I tell my subconscious mind to just clearly see itself as every name that's on there. Like, accept that as who we are. Period. You are not Kenny. I tell my subconscious mind when I look at the thing, boom, you're that. You are that. You are not Kenny. You are that. That's what you are, subconscious mind. Work towards and you know, so that energy can begin to perpetuate that. So I got this pick. This pick is it's Voodoo Wonderland Libation. This is a Bobby Hibbett list of deities. Now I found this list on it's a Patreon channel on Sirius Media, I believe his name. I'm a Patreon of his. Sirius Times Media. I'm a Patreon of his. So on his Patreon, on Sirius Time Media, he posts a lot of videos of like C. Freemanel, Bobby Hemmett, Phil Valentine, and others. So on his Patreon, if you go to his documents, he has this list of deities on his documents. Because at first, when I first got it, I felt compelled to just share it on my Instagram and give it to everybody. Then I realized, like, no, that's not what it's about. You know what I'm saying? Like, the brother has it on there for a reason. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, it's up to those who want to go seek it. But that's where it's at. On Sirius Times Media, he's on YouTube and he has a Patreon. And the list of deities is on there. So it's one of those lists that Bobby, it doesn't have all the deities that Bobby will call out, but this is like a decent number of them of the voodoo energy. The Rada Pantheon, Petro, Congo, you know, it has all those people on there. So like I said, if I want to deal with money, that's a specific thing. So I just get with Lakshmi. I get directly with Lakshmi. You understand what I'm saying? I open my mind and my heart to what that energy means and what it represents. I know that it is me. So I'm just invoking that energy. I'm not calling on it as if it's outside of me. I know that it's just an application that I have access to. So when I go my meditations, I just, you know what I'm saying? Rim McMillan said, I make my lock screen a deity picture and my home screen a cocoon me picture or vice. Yeah, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. That's the science. That's the science. You start to realize that you got this shit figured out. That the science is what you come up with. They got you convinced that that a scientist is based on Albert Einstein and what you know, and you're not a scientist unless you're in a lab and you got a lab coat and you got a degree in astrophysics. You got astrophysicist, a rocket scientist. Like, fuck that, motherfucker. You a scientist right there on your block.
Right.
And that's so key.
Mm-hmm.
That is so key. You are the scientist right there on your motherfucking block, right there in your home as you playing PlayStation, nigga. You the scientist. And any and everything that you come up with is right and true and exact. All you have to do is observe and be the scientist of the results of what it is that you're doing. That's all you gotta do. Nothing is wrong. All you gotta do is just be the scientist. A scientist observes his results. Like, you know what I'm saying? When they're in the lab and you hear like those bubbles, blah, 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 and you see the smoke shit going on like that, they're not, you know, if they was just happy with seeing the lab set up and watching the chemicals bubble, that would be the end all to be all. Nah, they looking like, all right, once this shit get done bubbling, a scientist like, when this shit get done motherfucking cooking, what result am I getting? My desired result.
Right.
That's a scientist. Like, motherfucker, I need to make sure this elixir comes out exactly how I see it in my mind. That's how you begin to rock and move and escalate and percolate and triculate, as the great Stuart Scott used to say, rest in peace to Stuart Scott. Triculate down the basketball court.
Somebody said, any books you recommend for the beginning practitioners? Jeremy Gibson.
Shit for like meditation. It's always talking about like books, period. Shit. Hidden Power.
Mind Control 101.
Hidden Power, definitely. Mind Control 101. Wayne Chandler's Ancient Future. I just got a new book today. Let me go get it.
Is it upstairs?
Is it? Nah. I just got a new book that came in. Was it today or yesterday?
This morning.
This morning? Was it this morning? Oh, this book. I'm gonna get into it. It's Urban Culture Decoded, a critical analysis into the physical, mental, and spiritual state of a new generation by the Black Dot. Forwarded by brother A.A. Rashid. So I'm gonna get into this. You understand? So damn. Oh yeah, the dogs. Yeah, that's Anubis.
Right.
That's Anubis.
They going in.
That's Anubis. Shit is over, kid. Shit is over, kid. Shit. It's so many good books for beginners. And and some of my other previous videos, I've done some. I've like put books on the other videos. I tell you what, Jeremy, I do you a solid. Hit me up on IG, and I'll send you a book list. My IG is simple, Kenny_Mansa, and I'll send you a list of a few shit that I got, cause I got some shit. I got some shit. You know. Ready to move on. So Aphrodite said, do you know about the Ouroboros? And is it a bad thing? I mean, my information on it is is like limited. I just know that it's a symbol of a snake eating its own tail. It symbolizes, it taking care of itself. It is for self, and that knowledge, and knowledge is endless. And I'm sure it means a few other things. Actually, it's funny that you mentioned that. I posted a picture of the Ouroboros on my Instagram today. So that shows you some synchronicity. I posted a picture. If you go on my Instagram right now, Kitty Mansa, the first picture you're going to see on there is a picture of the Ouroboros. I just posted that shit. Because my mind just, I don't know why, I just post shit. See, on my Instagram, I don't give two fucks. I post whatever the fuck. I don't give a fuck. And the reason I do that is for 1,000 reasons. But really, I just want niggas, if niggas don't get anything else from me, I want niggas to have the confidence in being what they is for themselves. Knowing that, having that self-confidence for themselves. If they don't learn anything else, that's it. Having that ever confidence in knowing in themselves that they that motherfucker. And based on that mentality, it would generate, or it should generate, that love for self that compels you to want to transform and do things, actually do things. Y'all, you're not fucking crazy. You're not. I promise you're not crazy. I promise you. You are not crazy. They want you to think you crazy. They want you to think you crazy for liking the shit that you like. They want you to think that you crazy for living how you want to live. How I imagine the ancients lived is that everybody lived how they wanted, but they knew how to do that without infringing upon others. Mm-hmm. That was the mastery of it. That was the great song that we lived under. We lived under a great song. We was all singing the same song. We just knew how to play our tune within it. And we didn't care to infringe upon others. We knew how to live our lives. And we knew how to live our lives with others. And people didn't come in, and then I don't imagine people were like manipulated in relationships in those times. People were too fucking smart. Mm-hmm. People knew how to get down with whatever the fuck they wanted to get down with. Period. And people had the aptitude to discern that, like, oh, I can't get down with your program. But do you though? Do you be happy? I'm not trying to convince you. I want you to be in love in what you're doing, but I just can't get down with it. But being happy, be happy, be in love. That's how we was rocking. That's how I want to see niggas get down now. You good, baby? I want to see niggas get down like that now. So for real said, invoke your damn self. You motherfucking Renite.
Yeah, because somebody asked, how can you invoke an angel of light?
Oh, someone said, oh, how can you invoke an angel of light? Mm-hmm. See, I don't know.
She is an angel of light and everything else. And that's what I myself and other people have said.
Oh, okay.
Somebody said, look in the mirror, which is right.
Oh, word. Yeah, no doubt.
See yourself as that.
No doubt. Yeah, that's the best sense I can say.
Mm-hmm. Somebody asked a good question. What was it?
Someone else asked another question, baby?
It's a couple of questions people are asking.
Is it possible to astral travel while meditating? Hell yeah. Mm-hmm. Shit.
I do all the time.
Shit. Hell yeah. Nigga, there's nothing that you can't do. You are limited by your imagination. That's why it's important to convince your subconscious mind that you're other than human. Because you don't want to limit yourself to that idea. The more that you think that you're Devin, The more that you think that you are motherfucking Shantae, the more your subconscious mind will continue to perpetuate that and limit you according to the rules that you give it. Mm-hmm. But if you convince your subconscious mind that you are otherworldly being, shit, you're going to get different results from that, Jack.
Facts.
You begin to think a little different.
Mm-hmm. DJ Jaguar said, have you connected with any spirits?
Have I connected with any spirits? Oh, plenty. Yeah. Plenty of spirits. Too many to name. So, like magicians. Oh, I connect with magicians. I can connect with any magician. Any magician. Like, I'm from that realm, for that world. They know me. Magicians fuck with me. Like I talk about a magician. Next thing you know, like a new documentary will spring up about him. Mm-hmm. Like, and I'm not saying that in arrogance. Like it should be wild. Like if I think about a person or talk about a person, the next thing you know, like a new movie is coming out, like or some new something is connected to them. You understand? Like I can feel when their energy is here. I can feel it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they come through, they show out. You know what I'm saying? Like they'll show out from me. They'll say, like, I remember one time I was listening to Teddy Pendergrass. And I was sitting there, I was meditating, I'm listening to Teddy. I'm getting down to Teddy, right? And Marvin Gaye comes through right in the middle of my meditation. He's like, nigga, I'm just as nice. And I'm like, nigga, as I'm listening to I'll play it. Hopefully a snippet of it won't copyright me. Hold on. Because I'm so high, I can't think of it. I'm too fucking lit, y'all. I'm sorry. I can't give y'all with the snapshot information. I used to be nice with that shit. Now I'm terrible because I done started fucking with the reefers. I'll tell you the exact song I was listening to when Marvin Gaye came through. Where is it? Oh, this right here. I'm gonna just play just a snippet of it. Oh, damn. So I'm listening to that shit. And Marvin Gaye comes through and was like, nigga, I'm just as nice. I'm like, and I'm saying, I'm talking back to the nigga. I'm talking shit like, nigga, you ain't fucking with Teddy Pendergrass. Niggas, you out your fucking mind, out your hind parts. You out your fucking loop. And Marvin's talking back. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, nigga, I'm just as nice. He said, nigga, he said, I tell you what. He said, go to your Instagram and put in hashtag Teddy Pendergrass. Nigga, I went to my Instagram. I put in hashtag Teddy Pendergrass. Now, Teddy Pendergrass, if y'all don't understand, he's an entity within his own right. He has his own shit by every stretch of imagination. He broke records. You understand what I'm saying? He's the first black artist to release, like his first 5 albums all went platinum. Like he shattered records. Mm-hmm. So he's his own entity. Nigga, I put in the hashtag Teddy Pendergrass on Instagram. Nigga, the nigga right in the middle of the pictures. Right there. I didn't have to scroll but an inch. Marvin Gaye was right there singing like this. See, that's how the spirit talks to you. Mm-hmm. You understand what I'm saying? That's how you know you connect. You open that mind, you open your heart to it. And that's how they come through. You open your mind, your heart, and your mind, you open your imagination to it, and they will flirt with you. That nigga came through. I put in a hashtag Teddy Pendergrass. That nigga came through. That nigga said, I told you, motherfucker, I'm a bad motherfucker. Nigga, even I came through even on his shit. I immediately paused Teddy Pendergrass and cut on some motherfucking Marvin Gaye. I had to give him his props. And I was like, nigga, I knew you was cold. Trust me, nigga, I wasn't disputing that, but you was saying you was better than Teddy Pendergrass.
Right.
So I had to challenge you on that. But nigga, now I recognize, nigga, you on fucking par.
I'm good.
You on par. Marvin Gaye, the God. Shout out to Marvin Gaye.
Shay.
Shout out to Marvin Gaye. So that's how you correspond with spirits. Is by connecting them with your imagination and opening your heart to what it is that they is, what they represent. They're just energy. Fuck with them and then see what results you get. You want to fuck better? Get with Dionysus. Like, just sit there in your mind. Put your chaos monster face on, because you don't see yourself. You see yourself as a chaos monster. And see yourself just draped in purple silk and bitches feeding you with grapes. Then the next time you fuck a hoe, you be fucking her with that energy, as if you are living like that. You see what I'm saying? You be fucking her like you Dionysus. Like, yeah, bitch. Yeah, bitch, I'm Anubis, bitch. This is how Anubis fucks. Because you have it in your mind already. You've connected yourself to the energy. You see what I'm saying? A lot of times it's about seeing yourself in the light. You see yourself in it because you are it. All you're doing is invoking something. It's kind of like a cell phone. A cell phone is full of applications. They're only apps. They're apps, but they're only useful to you until you actually click on them. Once you click on them, you access it. It's not something that's outside the phone. It's already within the phone. You are the phone. So what you do is recognize that you are your soul. Your ever being is full of these apps. And all you got to do is just tap in and just click on the motherfucker. You dig? I just click some of the motherfuckers when I want something. And the more I clicked on them, the less I do it now. Because now they just live there. You know, like I don't have to really like call on them really no more. I like become it. You know, so now I'm just kind of like chilling. You dig? Now I've created an environment in my mind to where it's conducive for them to like really thrive. You know, they dwell there. You know, I dwell amongst it. You know, like when you see like statues of deities, especially Hindu deities, like they're always sitting down, or they're always like leaning like this, on like there's a reason for that. They're really chilling. They are dwelling amongst the gods. They like I'm already it. Like when you see a deity, you don't see them like working hard. Like really, like they're really like you're seeing pictures of them playing a flute. Like Pan is playing a flute. You know what I'm saying? He's sitting there with his legs crossed with his hooves and shit. He's like, bitch, this is what I'm doing. Like that's it. So he's not the Pan is not stressing being Pan. He's just Pan. And he's in the realm of what that is. So that's what you work on. You begin to get with these energies just so you can understand the climate, so you could begin to relax like them. You begin to do this right with them. You be doing just like them with them niggas, because you are them, and they are under your control. These are things that come from your mind, so you can use them for yourself. Just how apps come from our mind, deities come from our mind. Just to never imagine the day that the apps will actually run us. And our phones kind of prove that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
The apps now run our mind. So the idea of transformation is gaining control, being the master of your mind, so you can take control of the apps again. You know what I'm saying? Right now, most of these niggas are being ran by the apps, and they're allowing the operator to run them, like iPhone. You know what I'm saying? Just how iPhone runs the apps. You understand what I'm saying? The system. There are motherfuckers who run the system that controls the apps within people. People are out of control of themselves. When a person asks you, why is it important for transformation? Like, motherfucker, I want to control my shit. Point blank, period. I became interested in controlling my shit. I don't want nobody else controlling my shit. So that's why it's important for me to know. Mm-hmm. You know, you ain't gotta go deep with niggas. If you meet niggas where they at. Like, why I want to know is because, like, I have access to certain things. And I realized that I used to allow that to be controlled and manipulated by others. Now I'm interested in controlling that. I'm interested in it. So I began to understand the process of how the operating system worked. So I can begin to, you know what I'm saying, control it and manipulate it for me. Because it's mine. Shit. How am I doing it but me? Shit. Fuck them. Fuck the powers that be. I am the powers that be. I am. And I know I'm more valuable dead than alive. So I no longer fear death. I long for it. So you can't control and manipulate me. You can't compromise me. I'm God. Motherfucker, I can do whatever the fuck I want. There is nothing that you can present to me to try to hold me as some sort of forms of scruples that I should adhere to. Motherfucker, fuck you. I'm a chaos being. I do whatever the fuck I want. I am in my right mind. I know exactly what the fuck I'm doing. I know I'll put anything in its place. Don't let nobody ever try to tell you what the criteria of a God is outside of what your idea is for yourself. Whatever your idea for yourself is and how you live your life and how you choose it with whoever you want to do it with, you have the power and ability to discern that for yourself and live with it without trying to convince others. You are happy with it with yourself. You're happy with your relationship with who you're with, and you're not concerned about trying to convince others that your shit is right. You are able to live with your happiness within your happiness, and you are able to let you and others around you are able to thrive because of that. You're not interested in infringing upon it, whatever that is. You got better shit to do. You dig? Ooh, time for another twist, so. Can't wait for my shit to grow. Let's go fuck up my ego. I'm gonna have to let go of my ego.
I cannot.
Because I'm gonna think I'm being too sexy. I'm like, damn, nigga. This nigga like Killmonger. Killing the mouse. Shit. Oh. The ego. The ego. The ego. If they can manipulate the ego, that is so key. Mm-hmm. The ego is key. They've created a system around the ego. Mm-hmm.
That's all they got. Shit.
They've created a system that they created a system around the ego that's so sick. Things that pleases the ego. To dunk on a nigga pleases the ego.
How they be hollering when they don't.
Oh, when they dunk on a nigga. Like y'all be watching basketball now. These young niggas, boy. These young niggas ain't got no respect when they be dunking on niggas now. Me and my lady be sitting here watching highlights of niggas dunking on niggas, just sit here laughing. But the young niggas just be like, when they be jumping at, when they dunking there, they be like, hey! They don't be having no love for you. And they just be looking at you like, motherfucker, how dare you jump?
So weak.
In the crowd, everybody be like, hey!
The fake crowd.
Hey! Like, damn, he dunked on his ass. Fuck. And now every time I be watching highlights, even the old highlights, like when I be watching Dominique dunk on niggas, that's the first sound that come to mind. Hey! Every time he dunk on a nigga, hey! Dominique was so fucking vicious. Dominique would dunk on you. He didn't give a fuck if your mama was in the crowd. He was so fucking vicious on the basketball court. Ooh. Dominique Wilkins. Ooh. Boy, oh boy. Violent dunker. Violent.
Did he have a special holler voice or cry out when he dunked?
Yeah, he screamed.
Was it the same way?
Nah, when he dunked, Dominique just screamed. He was just, ah! Like, look at Dominique dunk. He'll scream on your ass after he dunked you. That's where Sean Kemp got it from.
Gotcha.
You see? Sean Kemp got that shit from the Human Highlight film. That was his nickname.
Oh, there they go. The Human Highlight they call
it. That was Dominique Booker's nickname, the Human Highlight film. What an ill-ass nickname.
Right. Human Highlight.
That's an ill-ass nickname. Them niggas be like, hey! When they dunking your ass, I be liking it. Get me hype.
Yeah.
Hey! After they dunking your bitch ass. See, that's the thing. That's the shit that used to fuck with my ego. Just wishing. Like, don't y'all be sitting there watching these niggas like Ja Morant? Like, Ja Morant appears to your imagination like he's like a little motherfucker that jumps like a fucking ape. You be like, I wish I can do that. That's some real cool ass shit. Yeah, Mass said that's that guy shit. Like when you watch Ja Morant, you be like, how the fuck you little chipmunk bastard?
Right.
How the fuck you be getting up there like that? I want to do that. I want to dunk on niggas just like that. And then, but no. Only certain niggas with certain abilities, with certain gifts and heights and you know genetics have the, that's just how it is. So your ego have to deal with it. Your ego has to fucking deal with it. You just accept it and just enjoy it. When I be watching Russell Westbrook, when his highlights, when he was like, he was young, you talking about explosive. You be looking like, damn, I wish I could just go to the rec center just to do niggas like that. Like, I don't even got to be in the NBA.
That's how I picture myself in the
rec center. I just want to go back to the time when niggas was talking shit to me. I wish, nigga, that's what I'm gonna do. When I ascend and I'm outside the circles of time and I can just manipulate and do what the fuck I want, I'm gonna go back as like a 6'4" nigga with nigga hops like Derrick Rose or some shit. And I'm gonna act up on them niggas I went to school with. I'm gonna recreate the whole scenario. They don't even know who I am. I'm gonna do some weird shit. In fact, no, I'll probably just keep my same frame and just give myself the powers of the niggas. So they can't, so I can just blend in. And I'm gonna just take off like Spud Webb. Hey! So I can see how them niggas get like enamored with that. It's such a powerful thing. It's a powerful thing to dunk on niggas. Yeah. I can see why niggas can get addicted to that. Motherfucker! You stupid bitch! Like, can you imagine just dunking on a nigga? Right. Oh, I understand it. Oh, Sean Kemp, hell yeah! You see how that nigga act when he dunk on niggas? How he like be like swinging on niggas and shit after he dunk on you. Dominique was Sean Kemp was a real nigga with it. The Rain Man. The Rain Man was, he was a nigga with it. You ever see, I gotta show you some Sean Kemp highlights. You talking about a nigga with it after Sean Kemp a dunk on you. He'll dance on you with he'll do a nigga move on you like, bitch.
Just like a nigga.
He'll point at you like, And then leaning back too, like, yeah, bitch.
Damn, gotcha, bitch.
But he, that's why he hit out to Lister. You can pull that up right now. Look at the Lister Blister. It's called. It's so famous. The dunk has a name. Sean Kemp has a dunk called the Lister Blister. Ah, destruction. Total destruction. So I can see how a nigga can get lost in the sauce. That's why you can't try to convince a nigga in the NBA making millions of dollars. You can't convince these niggas to be conscious. It's too high. It's too late. Them niggas is too busy ducking on niggas.
I tried to spell the nigga way and it didn't work. The regular way.
Yeah, that's it.
The Lister Blister.
Yeah, it's called the Lister Blister.
I did Lista. Lister.
Sean Kemp.
Okay.
The Lister Blister. There you go.
And he pointed.
Then knocked him down and point after he split his legs on him and held him and then did that after he split his legs on him on national TV.
Gotcha,
in front of the crowd.
Oh,
nigga, after you get dunked on like that, you like, nigga, you already just dunked on.
Right? Why you gotta do that? Why you gotta do all the extra
You have to spread your legs over.
Damn, I'm already embarrassed.
You got to spread your legs on me. You had to cuff it. Why'd you have to cuff it, Bernie, man? You have to cuff it on me, nigga. Damn, nigga. Don't you? I got my kid. My son is gonna see this.
Right. It's going down in history. Shit.
Nigga, my son is gonna see this. My daughter, my bitch is up there. You gonna spread your legs and put your balls on me, nigga? See,
nigga gonna point.
Oh, niggas live to do other niggas like that, nigga. Yeah, nigga, I put you in the highlight, bitch.
That's God shit though.
That's why Michael Jordan can talk all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he feels like you can't tell him nothing. His ego is out of fucking control. It ain't the end all to be all. Mm-hmm. But I can see, just put my mind in it, I can see how niggas is having fun in it. You know, I can see how niggas is having fun. As lost as it is, whatever, who gives a fuck? Dunking on a nigga seems like fun to me because I would dunk on niggas in consciousness.
Right.
Nigga, let us have a conscious turn in it. And if I had those type of abilities, nigga, I don't give a fuck, nigga, what type of philosophy you have. Mm-hmm. You could have taught the world how to float. Nigga, if you go in the basketball court, if I can dunk on your ass, I'm gonna dunk on your motherfucking ass. Mm-hmm. Boom.
Just because I can't.
If I have that type of ability, I'm gonna dunk on your ass. It ain't personal. You cold, baby? Oh. Mm-hmm.
You good though? You feel the heat?
Yeah, I'm gonna be fine, sweetie. Shit, nigga. So man, you can't be trying to convince yourself. I mean, like, not convince yourself, but you want to let go of like putting like superstars on pedestals, like, because they already there. They have all the accolades, they got all the money that tells them that they that. Like, let them go and relieve them of thinking they're supposed to be conscious and saying conscious shit. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. They can't see, man, it's hard to see something else. Like, how you gonna tell a rapper nigga, you understand, to like give up money? You can't. You know what I'm saying? Bitches everywhere, money everywhere, cars, jewelry. I got the fame. You gonna try to convince them niggas? You can't. You can't. It's not up to them. But they will figure it out because they're gonna benefit once everything is available to them. They will benefit just like everyone else. So it's not up to you to try to convince them to convince the masses. You understand what I'm saying? You have to first and foremost convince yourself. And then as a byproduct, it will be a ripple effect for others to get it. You know what I mean? Then everything would be available. If you want a fleet or whatever, you would have a fleet or whatever. But realize this, you don't know what you would do once everything is available. You will realize perhaps you don't need or want any of those things. You will likely want to do something else. something else that you've never even imagined before. You understand what I'm saying? Once everything is available, once every car is available, like, you realize that's not the end all to be all. You realize it's time to actually start getting the business. New shit will start happening. Once the goal isn't material. The goal should not be material. It never was material. Material was just a result. You dig? The Rain Man has struck Sean Kemp. Man, from Gary Payton. Gary Payton threw that nigga so many ill lives. Gary Payton, I mean, like, Sean was just, he was swinging around the damn goal like a gorilla. Just swinging on that motherfucker. You dig? Jeremy Gibson, Daryl Dawkins was disrespectful. Motherfucking right. The rest in peace to Daryl Dawkins. The only knock against Daryl Dawkins was, as ferocious as he was as a player, when someone stood up to him, he didn't meet the challenge. Sometimes that was Daryl Dawkins' knock as a basketball player, not as a man, just as a basketball player. If you stood up to him, you know what I'm saying, you could succeed against him. That's what made Shaq great. Shaq was like, motherfucker, I don't give a okay. So, motherfucker, I'm Shaq. I'm gonna be that. I'm gonna destroy you. So, however I can. You know, understand? Even if you dunked on me, I'm not intimidated. I'm gonna come back at you even harder. Pause. But Daryl Dawkins, who possessed a lot of a lot of the same might as Shaq, and he could have dominated like Shaq. He had the physical attributes to do it. He just didn't have the mentality to dominate like Shaq. But he showed glimpses of what Shaq was to become. So he is the godfather, or one of the godfathers of what Shaq is, because Wilt is that nigga. You understand? Aphrodite Bethlehem says, how can I clean my crown chakra, the third eye? Shit. By researching his attributes. Once you research his attributes, there are always ways to balance those attributes. So when you look for ways of balancing it, you will see how they are imbalanced. You will see what causes its imbalances. You understand what I'm saying? And based on what causes it, you'll be able to study and see how it affects you. You see, like, how the negative, like, because if you just say, for instance, if your third eye is dirty, you understand what I'm saying? You will begin to research what causes it to be dirty, so to speak. And then you will be able to look at your own self and say, oh, yeah, I'm fucked up right there, and I'm fucked up right there. Yeah, okay, I see how I'm fucked up. And then you look for ways of balancing that. So it will become clean as a result of this work as you balance it. You understand? So we just want to see, research, some of the ways of how, the information that's out there, that shows, how your third eye chakra gets fucked up. Your pineal. Get with that pineal activity. You did? Hold on, y'all. Give me about 4 minutes. I gotta use the restroom real quick. I'm gonna answer some more questions. Give me 1 second. Get some questions ready.
Oh shit. Yeah, he's still alive, baby. I'm sorry. Some water.
Ooh, it's cold as a bitch.
Mm-hmm. Shake.
Can you feel the heat though?
Yeah, a little bit.
Hold on, baby. I want you to feel all the heat. You bugging.
I got a blanket.
I know, but it's probably. But the blanket also kind of get in front of the heat.
Right. Trying to get the camera.
Dang, it's 52 out here.
Feels colder than that.
It do, because a person who grows up in like cold winter, this is like springtime. And I'm like 52, nigga. That's I can swim in that. But nigga, I'm a tropical nigga. This shit is freezing. This might as well be snowing out this bitch.
Excuse me.
But yeah, man. Yeah, I wanted to quickly elaborate on that question about how to clean the third eye chakra, because a lot of times too, it's easy to focus on the negative. Like, okay, just say for instance, if you want to clean your third eye chakra, it's human nature to quickly go to first what's wrong, but it's also okay to accept the good parts of what balances the third eye chakra as well. To see that in yourself as well. See yourself in that light as well. You want to have that confidence, but you don't want that confidence to cause delusion. So you're unable to balance it. You know what I'm saying? As far as the negative parts, you understand what I'm saying? You want to hold yourself accountable, but it's also okay to see yourself in the positive light. It's more than okay than see yourself in a positive light, but yet hold yourself accountable. So you can truly balance yourself. Because balance comes from self-accountability. If you're delusional about it, then you're not gonna do it properly, because your ego is gonna run it. But if you coming from the right place, you be able to see it, and you be able to be real with yourself. You dig? Being real with yourself. Let me see. DJ Jaguar says, "Do our diet make a difference on tapping in?" I'm not sure, because I never really used it as a form. You know what I mean? If I do use it, it's just a tool. I don't see it, as the end all, to be all. I see it as a tool, just like anything else. You know what I mean? Like for me, like I eat healthier when I feel like it. You know what I mean? And the results I get from eating healthier is, you know what I'm saying, I just feel a little bit better physically. You know what I mean? And I'm cool with those results. You know what I mean? If other results come from it on a spiritual tip, you know what I mean, I make it known. But in reality, just my mind is there. That's all that's important. You know what I mean? When you study ancient history, if you look at Egyptian history, like there was nothing on the walls that talk about a diet. You know what I mean? It was guys. They just did what the fuck they wanted to do, according to how they was doing shit. You know what I mean? So when it comes to a diet, a diet is based on your own self-knowing. You will learn what diet works and fits you. Anytime that you forcing something, that's you just following someone else's idea. The Atkins diet, Jenny Craig, keto, instead of just coming up with your own diet. Your diet works. You see what I'm saying? I think I figured out my diet. Like, humbly speaking, I feel like I feel like I could go to high school and no one would question me. Word. My diet is simple. I eat until I'm satisfied. I do not eat to get full. That's just my natural disposition of eating, way of eating. I never was one to go back for seconds just for the film, just so I can make sure I'm full. Man, I just eat till I'm tired of fucking chewing, and I'm done eating. I'm satisfied. So as a byproduct of that, I don't overindulge on anything. I don't overindulge on anything, and I don't abuse anything. I just eat what I want when I get ready. And then, you know, shit works out. It's really just all in my mind, you dig? Like in my mind, I'm very, you know, like I see myself as a youthful and infinite being, like as an entity that doesn't age. Like, you know, like I see myself as Pan, you know, like something other than human. And on some level, I've always felt that way. You dig? Let me see what's up. What up? What up? Bacchus is the other name of Dionysus. Yep. Dionysus is the grown-up Pan. That's the grown-up Pan. Pan is my man. I fucks with Pan because Pan is just a I just fuck with the energy of what Pan represents. Like Pan is in the forest playing his flute, eating all the berries and fruits. Got his dick in his hand. He fucking all the forest nips. No one gives a fuck. He's just Pan. I was like, oh, I fuck with him. I understood that energy. I understood the energy he was giving off. So I fucks with Pan heavy. Like the deities I fuck with closely is like Pan, like Hermes, Dionysus. For some reason or another, I fuck with them motherfuckers because you understand, like they for me, they seem to be very balanced. You know, and I like how balanced they are. Like Dionysus, you know what I'm saying? Like he got the bitches, he got the you know what I'm saying? He got like a cool vibe. He got the whole thing going. I fuck with that.
See about the
What's up, baby?
Jeremy Gibson's question.
Jeremy Gibson? What was it?
What is a mindset you should have before performing a ritual?
The mindset you should have before performing rituals? Is knowing that it's going to work. Having the confidence that it's going to work. For sure. Having confidence and knowing that shit gonna work. That's the mindset that you want to have before performing any ritual. Knowing that it's going to work and having a desired result. You're doing a ritual for a purpose. The purpose is for a result. And as you continue to get these results and these breakthroughs, you're drawing yourself closer to yourself. Making it more known to yourself that you are, oh, the cocoon ain't running this. I'm running this. Oh, let's get to transforming. Because because the subconscious mind saying like, oh, because motherfucker, I thought the cocoon was running it, so I was just letting the cocoon run it. Fuck it. You act like that's what you wanted, so I gave you what you wanted. You wanted, you know what I'm saying, Gucci slides. That seems like that's all you thought about. So I gave you Gucci slides. You want a bitch with a fat ass? That's all you thought about was hitting a bitch with a fat ass. So I gave it. I gave you that. You know. Oh, you talking about being God? Oh, you talking about that? Feed me, Seymour. Feed me. Feed me more. What that means? Once you've convinced your subconscious mind, nigga, it's on and cracking. It's on and cracking. Once you've convinced your subconscious. Once you made that connection with yourself. That inner being that runs it all. Right. Remember, say, imagine the scientist who doesn't believe the results before his eyes. What's the point? Yeah, what's the fucking point? You see what I'm saying? It's like a motherfucker growing weed and then not knowing you can smoke it. You just been happy with the buds, like, well, and they just cut the shits down and burn them, and then they just grow them again.
Right.
You just growing weed. Oh no, that's so pretty. Well, time to start again. That's how niggas is.
Oh.
That's how niggas is. Time to start again. Well, you know, I done took the time to learn how to grow these beautiful buds. I just don't know what the fuck to do with them once they sprout. Yeah, but once you get to experimenting, and maybe we can smoke these shits. Mm-hmm. I noticed that when I cook my food after I pick the flowers, I have a funny feeling. Maybe I should explore that feeling. Right. Nigga, that's God shit. Maybe I should explore this funny feeling. I feel a little funny after I pick those funny flowers outside. Mm-hmm. And for some reason, I kind of like that feeling. Right. But I only notice I get that feeling once I touch those flowers. Perhaps I should fuck with those flowers to see how far this shit can go. Next thing you know, he's cooking with it. The motherfucker's getting high. Oh. Well, maybe we can do other shit with it. Next thing you know, niggas is smoking. You got gummies and everything. Niggas is smoking. Next thing you know, niggas is smoking.
You see Malik Talim Bay question?
Malik
Talim Bay.
Malik Talim Bay? Mm-hmm. Let me see. Hold on. Malik Talim Bay.
I passed it right there.
I passed it? Damn, I'm too fucking high. Right there. Oh. Malik Talim Bay. What are some of the things you have been able to manifest since you've been on your path to godhood? Shit. So once I got into the information and I started to like begin to see myself as, you know, God and all that, started to connect myself to that, I began to kind of want to play with it a little bit to see what it all means. Just because you're taking baby steps. So with these baby steps, you're still kind of crawling into the magic of your mind. You know, you're still crawling. You're not really running yet. So you're kind of not fully convinced. So you still do certain things. You begin to do magic. Magic is really about convincing yourself. You understand what I'm saying? At least for me. I feel like when you do magic, I feel that you can get to a point where you don't have to do magic anymore. You understand what I'm saying? Because magic is about convincing yourself that you need it in the first place. So once you get to a point where you feel like, you know, there's a point that you can get to where you can start looking past. You know what I'm saying? And then you actually just would do it and then just get results. You just do actual alchemy. You just actually make it happen. You understand what I'm saying? Like typically when a person does magic, they're kind of like planting a seed and hoping that it produces a result of a certain flower. Instead of saying, I'm planting a rose and I'm going to get a motherfucking rose. And I'm trying to figure out a way to get a better rose. You know, something like that. Instead of like, I'm planting a seed and it's a magic seed. But I hope that I get a daisy or a sunflower. You know. Oh, I'm gonna read that question again because I'm gonna build on that. Because I'm too high, I forgot the question. Right. So one of the things, man, you hit that Henny hard.
I did. Shit.
Hey, Henny Denny.
That's it.
Henny Denny.
Oof.
Yeah.
Gonna take you a sip.
Take a sip. Oh, if I answer. Oh, yeah, shit.
Take you a sip.
Shouldn't have convinced me to take a sip, Malik. Your question might be hit.
No, it's not. Shit. Chase it with some water.
Nigga, the spirits is here, nigga.
Right, that's what they
that
want.
Shit, because usually I'd be able to gulp Henny. Nigga, I just took a sip of that shit. I'll start freaking leaking.
It's cold too.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Shit, nigga. So one of the first things I began to do was put myself to the test. I was working at a call center, making like $12, $13 an hour. There was, long story short, there was this 6-figure paying job that I wanted. Okay. So you gotta remember, I failed the 7th grade twice, Malik. I never finished school. I got to the 9th grade and never fucking finished. No, I don't have any diploma. Never went to college or anything of that sort. So I was forced to accept the reality of whatever job I was going to get was going to be connected to that reality of a failure. You understand what I'm saying? So once I began to seek knowledge of self, and I realized that I was God and it was my responsibility to control my own reality, I began to put that to the test. I said, if I'm the master and if I am God, if I control this shit, let's get to it. Sorry, y'all, it's a little cold. Nose is running. So what I did was I began to put myself in the mindset, in the climate of what it means to make 6 figures. You understand what I'm saying? I started to see myself making 6 figures, like believing it. Starting to see myself deserving it. Like, oh, I'm God. I know. Like, yeah, I should be making $50 an hour. I'm God. That ain't nothing. Like, that's the least that I can do. I started literally in my meditations, I would see myself driving to work in a black Range or something. Whatever car I wanted. I see myself traveling, going to work with like little traffic. I see my co-workers liking me, and I see myself making good money. I started to carry myself with that attitude. I would go to work dressed a certain way. I kept my hair cut nice. You know what I'm saying? I had the attitude. I began to develop the attitude. And people were beginning to see that. Like my peers, my managers, I stood out. You understand what I'm saying? People knew that I no longer fit on that floor. And I didn't have to say a word. You dig what I'm saying? I began to see that, oh, I could control the reality however I want. So when it was time for me, long story short, when I landed the interview, which I had no fucking business landing, you understand what I'm saying? Based on my credentials, I really, to keep it a buck with you, I didn't even deserve the collections job because that requires a high school diploma. To keep it a buck with you, you understand what I'm saying? I ain't even deserve that shit, nigga. You understand what I'm saying? So, so when I got that interview, for the 6-figure paying job, normally I would lie on my resume and put all kind of bullshit on there. Say I graduated from here, I got this degree and that. Nigga, you would thought, nigga, I was Carlton from Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, nigga. By the time I was done reading off my resume, motherfucker. You understand what I'm saying? But the spirit came through, was like, nigga, you got, how about you take all that shit off and just put whatever the fuck it is? And just see, and let them, and show what it is. So I decided to put that to the test. And you got to remember, I never had nothing in my life. So normally I would have done anything, you know what I'm saying, to like conform, or, I would have used like some backdoor means, like normally I would have did anything to land this type of position. Life-changing position for a nigga who's used to making a couple $1,000s a month or less. You know what I'm saying? So what I did was I took all that hot shit off the resume. And then what happened was, when the interview started, magically, they didn't even look at the resume. The first that like it was like 5 of them in there, and they didn't even look at it. They didn't even go over it. I knew it was the spirit because I had took all that shit off, nigga. I had on there. I was an overnight stalker at Walmart, worked at AutoZone. I had no fucking business being in that position. None. So I got through that interview just based on my ingenuity and based on me being confident. You understand what I'm saying? Confident. I felt like I belonged. I really believe. I said that like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm here to get some money. What's up? You dig? I'm here to get some motherfucking money. And then the second interview was with the recruiter. He actually read the resume. He was looking at my shit like, nigga, you have no credentials. What the fuck are you doing here? The military man is like, nigga, what the fuck are you doing here? Nigga, you ain't got no motherfucking credentials, nigga. Nigga, how did you get here? And he moved me along because he was like, if you were savvy enough to get this far, I'm gonna move you on to my boss. You see how the spirit worked? That's how the spirit worked. He moved me on to his boss. I was instantly able to connect with his boss because, you know, based on just, you know, like they respect ambition. Like you begin to see that this elitism, this elite mentality, they respect that. They respect the person who can put themselves in position because they view motherfuckers as sheep. They view motherfuckers as just people who are just sleeping, just walking around. It's almost like it's like killers respect killers type of thing. Like in the NBA, believe it or not, Kobe Bryant, he viewed regular people who came in the NBA just regular sheep players. He respected them for getting there, just like you respect a person coming onto your job. But if you the top dog at your job and you just seen people come and go, you just like, all right, nigga, congratulations, you got here. You know, at least you was able to get this far, but you just like the rest of these niggas. You know what I mean? So that's how these elite people look at it. So Kobe respected Allen Iverson. He respected the Ray Allens. You know what I'm saying? Like he respected the motherfuckers who brung it. You know, so that's how these upper managements view you. When you put yourselves in front of them, they view you as like, oh, you know how to dribble. You see what I'm saying? So they seen I was able to control my reality. Whether I had the credentials or not, they're like, oh, nigga, you know how to dribble. We can use you. And that's what they did. That's how they use talent. They seen that I was talented, despite whatever the fuck my upbringing was and my circumstances. My talent shined through. But the only way that talent could have been expressed was me going with it. Seeing myself in that light so it can actually shine. You dig, Malik? You dig? So I got some Chinese food, niggas. Whew. I'm about to end this. I got to eat, nigga. It's cold.
Oh, girl, ask the question 3 times. Though.
Oh, who?
Question. Aphrodite. She asked you, what is your star seed?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what the star seed is.
What the fuck is the star seed?
I don't know.
It must be another name. You know, it's so many names of different stuff. Let me Google it.
Yeah, you got to tell me what a star seed is, Aphrodite.
Individuals who believe they originate from another world or planet.
Say that again, baby.
Individuals who believe they originated from another world or planet.
Oh, shit.
All of them, shit. I guess.
I mean, yeah, but I don't know what star. I don't know.
It's 27 starseed characteristics. It's a lot of them.
Oh, it's a lot of them. Yeah, y'all gonna have to do that research for me. I don't know. Y'all gonna have to put me down. Y'all have to put me down. But yeah, man, y'all follow me on hit me up on Instagram. That's one of the quickest ways to hit me. You know what I'm saying? Because I actually be on there. I be on bullshit, posting shit. Bitches licking bitches and all kind of shit. That's just, I'm sorry. That's just what I like. So I post whatever the fuck I want.
Starseed is where you come from.
You said what, baby?
Oh, she said a starseed is where you come from.
Oh, where you come from? Oh, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What happened to make you transform into kin to God? That's the last question.
Jeremy Gibson, what happened to make you transform into kin to God?
No, BJ, close the door, baby. Okay, close the door. Ask Maya, okay?
You still up?
Bad.
What happened? Shit. I can't say there's not one particular thing that you can actually point to. You begin to see that your whole life is the actual mythology. And you just piecemeal it together, you will see that you was always it, even as a child. Mm-hmm. At first you would think like, oh, I became it at 29. But really, it's really like you come in to the information at a certain age. Mm-hmm. But you really was what you already was. You just kind of just rediscovering that. You did. You're rediscovering that. You're not becoming God. You're kind of discovering that. You're discovering who and what you already is. You dig what I'm saying? You're discovering who and what and what you already is. And that's that God shit. Different plan, different star. Mad time, peace. About this niggas about this trickle low. Niggas getting late. Niggas 12 o'clock in the East Coast. You dig what I'm saying, nigga? You look back at your life, you be like, oh man, I always thought this way. You see the stages of life is everything is meant to, it does. It's like the Christ mythology. It's like you that child that's extremely special, and then you got all this brightness and talent, and and then you remember how you was able to impress adults with your talent. You understand? Because children will amaze you with what they can display, with their sparks of like genius. Somewhere along the way, you lose that. So you lose that, and then the idea of becoming conscious is once you come across the information is becoming in touch with that again. So you marry the experiences of being an adult and all the things that you've gone through, the maturity of the trauma that you've gone through, and then you begin to tap back into that childlike mentality that was closer connected to what it is that you truly are. With that imagination, oh, you become a chaos being. You become a chaos being. You God. Because now you realize that all is mine, that you can use it all to make it for yourself however you want, for your desired result. Before you ask how you do something magically, you should first ask yourself what result that you want. Build your magic around your result. Then you start to realize that you don't really want much, but edification. That's the main thing that's satisfying. That's all. That's satisfactory. That's the most of satisfactory. Breakthroughs. You dig? Jeremy Gibson, are you making moon water tonight? Well, I don't. Oh, shit, moon water. I don't even.
So you put water in the cup and leave it out overnight.
Oh.
And in the morning you drink it.
Oh, that's how I do it.
It's like a ritual, yeah. You can do that. You can put some in this.
But shit, Do it have to be under? See,
that's the thing. Like,
I don't know how that works. Because I just leave the water outside at night and call it night water, and then drink it. You know, if I can't put it directly under the moon, I'll just come up with a new method.
Right. Do your own shit.
But I'm willing to try that though. What is it called? Moon water?
Moon water.
Moon water. I don't even see. The thing is though, I don't even know, what the results come from it. I don't even know. Like, okay, I drink. Okay, this say I put the moon water on the roof right now. I climb up there like the cats do. Cats be climbing up on my roof at night, y'all. So this say if I climb on the roof and I put a glass of water on the moon, and then I wake up and I drink it, I'm like, that was refreshing. And then after I drink it, if I don't know what the results is, then there's no fucking point, in my opinion. So I'd rather build my magic around the results. You know, what is my desire? What do I want to do? So so I would need to know what people get from the moon water. So I'm like, you know what I'm saying?
It's kind of like when you light a candle, like whatever your intent is, like before you do a lot.
It helps with like manifestation.
Yeah. So it's like whatever your intent is.
It goes over the intent. I'm with that. See, that's something I would do once.
Yeah.
See, that's how I do, Matt. Like if I do something like that, I do it once. I put my intent on it. Boom, burn that shit in the ethers. You know what I'm saying? My subconscious mind got it. It's doing what it's doing now.
Yeah.
It's doing what it's doing. See, I fucks with the moon water. Fuck it, now I gotta give me some moon motherfucking water. Some lunar water. The big cheese.
Oh, okay. He said you give your attention to the moon.
He said you give attention to the moon and drink them down through the water. Yeah, that makes sense. All right, that makes some sense.
You gonna have to seal it though.
You got to seal it. Oh, because the bugs, because bugs will be in that motherfucker the next day.
Spider woman, it's gonna be spider webs in it if you leave it open.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll seal it.
It's not stupid. Fuck it, shit. Who knows? The ancestors probably drinking moon water. Fucking knows.
They probably drink it.
Who knows? Probably drinking some moon water. Shit. I don't give a fuck what moon water, star water, motherfucker. It can be holy water. Motherfucker, as long as this shit is over with.
Right.
Shit. But yeah, y'all. Peace! I'm about to be out this bitch. Hit me up on Instagram, Kenny Mansa. Chop it up. Chop on some God shit, nigga. Get this shit cracking. Peace.